Bharati Maharaja, Jaya Bhakti Vijnana Bharati Maharaja.
So now we have to get ready for our program. Thank you so much for having us, and we'll be back after our program.
Haribo, Kishori, Prabhu, and Sudev.
Dandavat
Pranam. Thank you so much for coming. Actually, Chandrika Didi asked me to step in to MC very last minute. So anyway, I just wanted to thank you from the bottom of our hearts for singing that beautiful bhajan that we're all so familiar with, but you sing it so sincerely and sweetly, and it always reminds us of our Srila Gurudev, and of course it's Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj's divine appearance day today. And it would be really nice if you could say something, but I understand if you have to go
before our program starts.
Yeah, we have to start that, but we'll come back after our program. We'll come back to the Zoom and join in afterwards.
Yeah, okay, no problem. Yeah, that's fine. We look forward to that. Thank you so much.
I wanted to sing that because I sang it many times for Srila Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Maharaj, Sri Guru Charan Padma. So it's reminding me. So thank you. We'll see you all later. Dandavat Pranam.
Dandavat Pranams. Hari Bol.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna.
Oh, one second, I don't know how to. I have no idea how this works. Zoom.
If you just go off the Zoom, yeah, then it will.
Dandavat Pranam.
Dandavat Pranam. Hari Bol. Okay. So Hari Bol, Chandrika Didi, and everyone here. I think she welcomed everyone already, and we've got a really nice lineup of Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis who will be glorifying Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj on his appearance day is today. And I'm just wondering, Chandrika Didi, who is supposed to speak next?
At 1 o'clock, we'll be joined by Srila Bhakti, Sripad Vasvi Maharaj at 1 o'clock.
And until then, maybe Yamuna Didi or Nanga Prabhu would like to speak, is it?
Yeah, that would be nice if they can join us, please.
And if there's anyone else also here on this program who had association with Maharaj and would like to say a few words, then please step in and well, you can just at least mention it in the chat and we can call on you to speak, because I see some senior Vaishnavis here. So please feel free to offer, because we don't necessarily know who you are or where you are like that. Okay, so Ananga Mohan Prabhu Yamuna Didi, you're there?
Dandavat Pranam.
Dandavat Pranams, Didi. Dandavat Pranams.
Dandavat Pranam to all the devotees present. And like you said, I'm sure there are many disciples of Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj may be present. And if any of them would like to speak, we would be more than happy. we accepted this invitation as god brothers and sisters of Chandrika Didi. And I can say a few words, but I'm sure many of you had direct association of Srila Bhaktivedanta Bharati Goswami Maharaj. But I take this opportunity as a gift, maybe as a blessing of Srila Bhaktivedanta Bharati Goswami Maharaj, to invite me to say a few words, even though that I have no qualification to do so. I beg for forgiveness from Srila Bhaktivedanta Bharati Goswami Maharaj and all the devotees present. And I would just like to offer some Mangala Charana. Gurave Gudara Chandraya, Radhikaye Tadaraye, Krishnaya, Krishna Bhaktaye, Tad Bhaktaye, Namo Namaha. Om Gyana Timirandasya, Gyananjana Shalakaya, Shakshomritamina, Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha, Kripa Sindhubhya Vacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Sigura Bhaktavrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Ramo, Ramo Ramo, Hare Hare. I would like first of all to offer my most humble obeisances to all of our divine masters, Diksha and Shiksha Guru, headed by my beloved Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj, and to all my Shiksha Guru, headed by Srila Bhaktivedanta Vana Goswami Maharaj, as well as Srila Bhaktivedanta Bharati Goswami Maharaj, and Srila Bhakti Bharati Goswami Maharaj, Srila Bhaktivedanta Gaur Govinda Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Rakshak Srila Goswami Maharaj, and Srila Bhakti Deita Madhav Goswami Maharaj, Srila Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshava Goswami Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Sarasvati Thakur, and to all of our Rupanuga Guru Varga, to all the Vaishnavis, to all the devotees present, to all of my dear brothers and sisters, please accept my most humble obeisances. So I wanted just to reflect with you to the pranam mantra of Srila Bhaktivedanta Bharati Goswami Maharaj, which is so beautiful and which says, Shri Krishna Chaitanya Kripaika Vitaha Ya Maryada Rakshati Vaishnavanam Kripa Valam Madhava Preshta Kami Shri Bhaktidam Bhavatim Ashrayamaha. I accept shelter at the lotus feet of the most revered Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Bharati Goswami Maharaj, who treasures the mercy of Shri Krishna Chaitanya Mahaprabhu as his exclusive wealth, who is the personification of following a Vaishnava etiquette in its purest form, who considers the boundless mercy of Shri Srimad Bhakti Deita Madhav Goswami Maharaj as his life and soul, and always aspires to eternally remain his dearmost servitor, meaning one who knows and fulfills the most cherished desire, Manobishta, of his beloved masters, and bestows Sri Bhakti, the topmost service, to Srimati Radhika as her maidservant to one and all without discrimination. This is such a beautiful glorification, such a beautiful prana mantra of Srila Bhaktivedanta Bharati Goswami Maharaj. And I was reading some of the glorification that Srila Bhaktivedanta Bharati Goswami Maharaj has given, and which is to some extent related to our situation today, as Chandrika Didi had this impulsion in her heart to wanted to offer beautiful service to her Gurudev, and at the last moment she set up this whole program, and all the Vaishnavi have very mercifully responded to this invitation, and we can feel the blessings and the show of mercy of Srila Bhaktivedanta Bharati Goswami Maharaj. So Srila Maharaj was telling this pastime in relation to his glorification of Srila Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj. We know that Srila Maharaj was very much attached to the glorification of the Vaishnava, and he described always how this Prem army of Mahaprabhu is so powerful to bestow their mercy, and it is so important to attach even more importance to first glorify the Vaishnava and pray for the unconditional mercy. So he was telling this pastime that once he has been given the instruction by his Gurudev, Srila Bhakti Deita Madhav Goswami Maharaj, to go and assist a festival that had been organized for the appearance day of Srila Narottam Das Thakur in Kalna. And he followed the instruction of his Gurudev, and he went there to meet Srila Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj, who was very much absorbed in a very special mood and a special bhav. And his Guru Maharaj have told him the name of so many Vaishnavas who were supposed to be there and attend this event. So when he arrived there the day before, he saw many of those Vaishnavas, and he approached very humbly and respectfully Srila Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj, and he asked him, what are the arrangements for the festival taking place tomorrow? And Srila Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj gave the name of another devotee, saying, oh, maybe you should address to him. He will know everything about it. And when Srila Bhakti Vijnana Bharati Goswami Maharaj approached him, he realized that he didn't know so much about the arrangement, and he was not convinced by his response. Then he went back to Srila Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj and he said, Srila Maharaj, I'm not sure that anything has really been arranged for tomorrow. What should we do? And Srila Maharaj replied, somehow or other, I'm sure everything will fall into place. There is no worry, I have full faith. But then as Maharaj insisted a bit more, he said, oh, you should go to see the name of one other person, the chairman of the municipality. He is usually in charge of this service, so please go and see with him. So Srila Maharaj then went to see that person the day after, early morning, the day when the festival was supposed to take place, and apparently nothing has been arranged at all. So when he knocked at his door, he realized that he himself was quite just waking up, and he a little bit apologized for disturbing him, and he explained the reason of him coming to visit him. So that person indicated to one of his servitors, go to that place, to that room, and give him whatever he needs. So Srila Maharaj took all the pots and utensils, went back to the mat, and nothing more had really happened meanwhile. So he started to clean the pots with the devotee, and just a little bit of boga have come, a little bit of ingredient, but nothing that would be sufficient to cover a festival celebration. So he started to boil water, and he himself said, I had never before cooked for such a big festival, for such a big program. But he said, suddenly, out of nowhere, there was like a line of devotees coming and offering so much boga, everything that was necessary, the vegetable, the dal, the rice, like a line of ants. They were all coming and offering all this boga. So Srila Maharaj started to cook, and I think he spent most of his time doing this, cooking for the whole festival, under the guidance of one devotee who has been serving under the direction of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. And finally, this whole festival took place. There was so much prasad for everybody else. Everybody could even take prasad back. And when the festival was completed, there was even like boga for another month. But Srila Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj was completely uninterested by this boga that was remaining, like he was not interested in the first place to know if everything had been arranged or not. And Srila Maharaj has said that over the year, he had the opportunity to be engaged in other festivals at the presence of Srila Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj, and after him, when Sri Sripad Bhakti Vedanta Bodhayan Maharaj was in charge of festival, but he said never again he has experienced this incredible spiritual experience and feelings that he had at that festival. And he was explaining that this was the example of the full surrender of Srila Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj, and of this transcendental connection, that he was not worried whatsoever. And he was the personification of that aspect of the devotee who are fully surrendered and who are completely confident that everything will fall into place. So this was quite related to this event today. This is the mood of the pure devotee, and we should never try to imitate. We should follow in their footsteps, and we should also remember that Srila Maharaj has given a perfect example of Vaishnava etiquette, and he was very much attached that devotees were following this Vaishnava etiquette, because the greatest danger in our spiritual life is to commit offenses. So it is very important also to remember this aspect of Srila Maharaj. And I'm checking the time. Please tell me if the time is over. I would just like to relate another little pastime that is connected to Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshava Goswami Maharaj, who was very much attached as well for all the instruction of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur to be followed very strictly. So his own brother, who was Odolumi Maharaj was also a disciple of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Thakur. After their Gurudev have ended his pastime in this world, they were following in a different, in a significant different way. We know that Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Thakur has established to wear saffron cloth, to chant loudly the holy name, this Harinam Sankirtan that has been brought by the movement of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and the specific way of receiving sannyas, the renounced order, and to perform the different pilgrimage like Navadvip Parikram. So Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj has been involved under the direction of his Gurudev to assist Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshava Goswami Maharaj to help with filing the case and putting together all the necessary documents. And Srila Bhakti Rakshak Srila Goswami Maharaj was assisting as well in this pastime. But what happened at the day of the court case, then the party of Srila Odolumi Maharaj came. They were all dressed in saffron and they were chanting loudly the holy name. And at the court, Srila Odolumi Maharaj declared, today, on this very day, we have given the renounced order to 8 sannyas. We are performing Srinavadvip Parikram, we are chanting loudly the holy names, and we will establish a temple where we will establish the Murti as well of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Thakur. So in this way, the judge decided that Odolumi Maharaj have won the case, and he dismissed the case that has been filed by Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshava Goswami Maharaj. So at the end of this court case, then Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj have been asking, what will we do next? So should we appeal this decision? But Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshava Goswami Maharaj said, there is no reason for us to appeal this decision because my only intention was for them to follow strictly the instruction and the line of teachings of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Sarasvati Thakur. So if they have done so, there is no need for us to go any further. Only if they would not in the future follow those instructions, then it would be appropriate to do so. So we can see always the perfect example in our line of our Acharya, and how they are completely dedicated to their spiritual master. They have this strong Guru Nishtha, and we have seen this example in our Vaishnav line. And one last thing that is very beautiful from this Chaitanya Vani that has been manifested by Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj, which is so beautifully describes the glory of so many of the Vaishnav in the Prema army of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. His definition of Sri Chaitanya Vani is the following. Sri Chaitanya Vani is the word of love. Only love can establish true happiness and unity between individuals and between communities. I can say with the utmost confidence that beside love, there exists no worldly policy, whether economic, societal, national, or religious, that can succeed in establishing peace amongst the members of a particular family, community, or country. What to speak of the whole world? Therefore, on this very auspicious day, I earnestly pray unto the lotus feet of Sri Chaitanya Vani, which means this teaching of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, so that it may sprinkle its mercy throughout the world. O Sri Chaitanya Vani, mercifully engage me and all the people of this world in your service, and thereby reveal your unparalleled mercy for everyone. All glories to Sri Chaitanya Vani, all glories to its servitor and all the gentlemen respectful of its existence. May all the people of this world engage in hearing and speaking Sri Chaitanya Vani, and thereby march forward on the path of true auspiciousness. This is so beautiful, and in a nutshell, it is giving a very deep insight into the mood of Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj. So I pray to all of you, dear God brothers and sisters, please forgive me for any inadequacy in my presentation and in my attempt to be part of this beautiful glorification. And I pray at the lotus feet of Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj and to all of you that this glory of this Sri Chaitanya Vani may become a realization in our hearts, and that we may be able to continue to serve the mission of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, inspired by the spotless example and the extreme love and compassion of Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripa sindhubhyaya vacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha.
Oh, thank you so much, Yamuna Didi. That was so sweet. And yeah, that book, Shri Chaitanya Vani, Vasuddha, I should say, Vasuddha Chaitanya Vani, that is so beautiful. There's so many jewels in that book. And yeah, if anyone were to read that book, I think every single page, there's so many deep tattva and teachings and pastimes and examples. So nice. Yeah. And you told some nice histories there, some pastimes of Maharaj. So thank you so much. I don't know if Ananga Prabhu, is he going to speak as well?
I'm trying to get him to come, sorry. I was a bit busy with
Okay.
him. Are you coming, please, just now? Okay. Sorry for everything being a bit spontaneous. I think he won't be able to come right now. So I'm very sorry for that.
You know,
but, maybe you could ask Charu Chandrika Didi to say a few words about her connection to Srila Maharaj, unless somebody else wants to speak. And welcome.
Sripad Siddhanti Maharaj is here now. I don't know, Maharaj, please accept our Dandavat pranams. Were you wanting to speak now, or is it later? If you'd like to say something now, that would be really nice.
I'm seeing two Charu Chandrika Didi.
There's actually two Charu Chandrika Dasis and one Chandrika Dasi.
Dandavat pranams, Maharaj.
I've been scared, and Didi asked me yesterday, and I was traveling. I just came yesterday, and I was super tired, so I was not able to give the time. So I don't know which Charu Chandrika Didi I'm supposed to speak.
Maharaj, would you be kind enough to? There's 15 minutes until Sripad Tapasvi Maharaj is beginning, and then we had scheduled with you for 5 o'clock GMT, wasn't it? For when you're going to be speaking with your disciples and joining the two groups together. But would you kindly speak for 15 minutes now? Would that be okay? It's very short.
Patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namah. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda, Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shiva Sadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. So because my time is very short, I'm not going detail for Mangalacharan. My humble obeisances to my all Gurudevs, my Diksha Gurudev and my Shiksha Gurudevs, entire Guru Parampara, to all Vaishnav and Vaishnavis assembled here. I got a good fortune. I'm fortunate and I'm unfortunate. I got a good fortune to have association of Param Pujyapat Shri Srimad Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj. And my bad fortune is, even though I stayed with him for some couple of years, I'm not able to get his moods and his association. But something I and all devotees learn from him. Just giving you one sharing one of his memory. On this Vyas Puja day, I was in Chandigarh once upon a time, and Mata Priyapu was serving Srila Maharaj. And it was Vyas Puja day, so there's so many devotees, hundreds of devotees in line, offering flowers and garlands, and donations and cloths and so many things to Srila Maharaj. And Maharaj was accepting from all of them. It was like for hours and hours he was sitting. And after everyone offered whatever they wanted to offer, we gave mic to Srila Maharaj to speak something. And Srila Maharaj, after his Manglacharan, he spoke, which made everyone so surprising. Srila Maharaj said, "Don't think I'm a fool sitting here and accepting all of your offerings. And I'm posing myself that I'm a Vaishnav or I'm a Guru. I'm not fool." We were all looking his face, what he's saying. Srila Maharaj said, "You all are here to offer something to me, and I'm respecting your offerings. I think you all are here to serve me, but I'm also here to serve all of you." In spiritual world, acceptance is also called service. Not only giving is service, acceptance is also service. I'm here and accepting all of your garlands, donations, gifts, etc., in the mood of serving all of you. When Krishna massaging the lotus feet of Sri Radharani, Krishna is serving, but Radharani is also serving Krishna, because it gives pleasure to Krishna to massage her lotus feet. This is called unconditional love, ahetuki prem, where there is no condition, whatever pleases to Guru and Vaishnavas, that acceptance is also service. Srila Maharaj elaborated on this on other occasions also. But in life's history of Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Gosai Maharaj Ji, we have seen his words, his actions full of gravity. Srila Maharaj said, "I never spoke anything very light in my life. And this is because I associated with those acharyas, the prominent disciples of Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada. And they were always speaking very heavy. Guru means heavy. Heavy in words, heavy in realizations, but simultaneously is also very subtle. So heavy and subtle together. Srila Maharaj said, I always associated with great acharyas in my life. And I adopted that association. That's why I never ever spoke anything light or gross. So it's not only Maharaj used to say this, we personally, Pujapat Tapasvi Maharaj, Sripad Madhav Priyapu and all, we all stay with Srila Maharaj and we've seen this. Even if he has to say something very ordinary, even he's speaking something ordinary, it appears to us as ordinary, some worldly thing, but in Srila Maharaj back in his head, it was something very important and related to Shastras, and he used to connect those with the words of Srila Prabhupada or the pastimes of Mahaprabhu. So, speaking with so much gravity, something which is very subtle and full of realization. Even in these words of Srila Maharaj saying, "Today I'm accepting all of your offerings on my appearance day, you all are here, and I'm very fortunate to have darshan of so many Vaishnavas. You all are here to purify me." So much humility, so much humbleness. And this is in all the associates of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Mahaprabhu Bhakta Gane Vairagya Pradhan. Jahan dekh le tushta hai Shri Gaur Bhagwan. All associates of Mahaprabhu, renunciation and humility is their ornament. So we've seen this in Maharaj. I'm ending up here, short speaking something. Later I'm going to speak more. So handing over to Charu Chandrika Dasi. Hare Krishna.
Sorry, I have to unmute. Thank you so much, Maharaj. That was such a very short and extremely sweet offering, Pushpanjali. And we're very, very much looking forward to hearing you speak later. But even what you spoke just now, but I'm actually feeling, wow, I'd like you to continue. I don't know if Tapasvi Maharaj, Shripad Tapasvi Maharaj is here now. Is he here right now, Chandrika, did he?
I can't see him. I'm just searching for him now. I don't think he's arrived quite yet.
Yeah, Maharaj, if you wanted to speak a little more, but if there's still time.
Okay, thank you. And another occasion, as we all disciples of Srila Maharaj heard this, the glories of association. Actually, this started with, once upon a time, I was in Costa Rica and I was staying in Sundar Gopal Prabhu's and Mohani Didi's house. They hosted me. I spoke Hari Katha for some days, and young boys and girls, they got so much attracted and they wanted to have Harinam initiation. And that was the time when Srila Maharaj started giving Harinam initiation. Before he was not giving, he was very reluctant. And he used to say, I don't have labor pain to make disciples. Maharaj used to speak these words. Anyhow, that was very good news for all of us that after Srila Gurudev, Srila Maharaj started giving Harinam initiations. So I requested devotees in India, I was in Costa Rica, to Madhav Prabhu and Sundar Gopal Prabhu, can you please arrange on screen, Srila Maharaj can come on screen and can initiate some young ones here. And mercifully, he agreed to that. On the big screen, they had a big television screen. They put Srila Maharaj on screen, and prior to initiation, some devotees were sitting, Srila Gurudev disciples, and some new ones, almost like 40-45 devotees. But prior to initiation, Srila Maharaj was speaking some Harikatha. And everyone there in the room, those who not even seen him before, seeing him first time, and also our Gurudev disciples, seeing Srila Maharaj on screen, they all started crying. And I was wondering why. What is the reason why they are crying so much? Including Sundar Gopal Prabhu. So I said, Maharaj, I'm so unfortunate. I don't know if I'm doing right or wrong. But me and Madhav Prabhu, we are together from beginning. We got initiation together. We used to come to have your darshan, your association together. But he's so lucky and so fortunate. He's serving you day and night. And I'm so unfortunate. I don't know. I'm so far away from you. I'm not getting your association. So shall I stop this and come to you and serve like Sripad Madhapriya Prabhu? I'm bereft of your association. Srila Maharaj smiled and he said, just close proximity is association, And then he said, no. And then he gave these examples, 3 examples, very famous examples Srila Maharaj used to speak. The example of peacock and clouds. Srila Maharaj said, peacock only dance when peacock see the clouds. And how far is the distance of clouds and ground? Peacock is on the ground. But peacock only dance to see the clouds in the sky. When peacock feels happy. Maharaj said, we had one peacock, we used to feed him. And the people used to come and wanted to see peacock dancing, but he was not dancing. His association is only with clouds. And then he said that distance between sun and lotus. Imagine. Lotus and sun, so far distance. But lotus only associate with sun. And similarly, moon and lily, so far distance. So 3 examples Srila Maharaj gave. So Srila Maharaj said, distance is not that matters. It's the association which matters. Not from the gross perspective, from the subtle perspective. Bhakti means maturity. Bhakti means maturity. When we are mature to understand the dealings, mature to understand the association, maturity in applying those associations, those instructions, then distance does not matter. Distance does not matter at all. Then Srila Maharaj said, now I cannot sit so long. So those who want Harinam, they can come forward. So I only brought those who were new, and rest of the devotees, they went out. And Srila Maharaj mercifully gave them initiation, Harinam initiation, just Harinam. Then later, they all paid obeisances to Srila Maharaj. Everyone walked in, and again Maharaj spoke some Harikatha. I asked all devotees, why you were all crying? Those who not even seen him before. And those Gurudev disciples, why you all crying to see him on screen? Srila Gurudev disciples replied saying that by seeing Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj on screen reminds us of our Srila Gurudev as he is speaking to us. After 2010, we feeling that we are empty. There is no one who can take care of us. Srila Gurudev, he revealed, he gave us a good association, very high association. When Srila Maharaj is speaking, it appears to us that Srila Gurudev is just there with us. We are seeing his presence in him. And it reminds us of Srila Gurudev, and they all started crying. And then I asked those new people, those who got Harinam, why you were all crying? They said, we don't know. But just by seeing his appearance, his moods is melting our hearts. So that was the impact. The seeing a pure devotee like Srila Maharaj. But only if we are able to get his association. From far or by staying close. And his association is still present in the form of his books. Volcanic energy. Srila Maharaj describing about his Guru Maharaj pastimes. And it is so subtle and deep. And my beloved masters. Srila Maharaj said, not only Diksha Guru gives initiation, Shiksha Gurudevs also give initiation. What is the meaning of Diksha? What is the definition of Diksha? Divya Gyan Yado Dadat. One who gives us Divya Gyan, transcendental knowledge is Diksha. So is that only Diksha Guru give Diksha by giving mantras in the ears of a disciple? Even Shiksha Guru also gives transcendental knowledge in the form of speaking Hari Katha and nourishing the bhakti in the heart of disciples. So Diksha Guru also give Diksha and Shiksha Guru also give Diksha. We receive mantras from Shiksha Guru Devs also. And Srila Maharaj said, I received Diksha from my Guru Pad Padma, who was given this title volcanic energy because of his caliber of serving his Guru Pad Padma, Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada. But I also received transcendental knowledge from my Shiksha Gurudevs. And there are so many, Srila Maharaj said. Shri Srimad Bhakti Raksha Sridhar Goswami Maharaj, Srila Aranya Goswami Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj, Srila Krishna Keshav Brahmachari, Madan Mohan Prabhu. He named so many. He said, while serving them, Srila Maharaj used to serve all acharyas so intimately, according to their moods. And it is natural and obvious when you serve acharyas with heart, life, and soul. They give the best from their heart. And that giving of best from the heart is like a mantra which we accept as a Diksha mantra from Shiksha Gurudev. Srila Maharaj said, when I was serving those acharyas, I was receiving those mantras from them. When I was serving Srila Bhakti Raksha Sridhar Goswami Maharaj, Maharaj said he used to love me so much. And no consideration, you are my disciple or you are another Guru disciple. No consideration. Srila Maharaj said, even I never had this consideration in my life. Who's my disciple, who's not my disciple. I never used to ask anyone sitting in the class whose disciple you are. What is the necessity to ask this? Seeing Tilak, everyone is there as a devotee and hearing Hari Katha, and Hari Katha goes like Mandakini, like flowing river Ganga and purifying everyone. What is the point of asking whose disciple is my disciple or someone else's disciple? Doesn't matter. Srila Maharaj said, I received this affection from all my acharyas equally as they were giving to their disciples. And in those days, there was no any considerations. You belongs to which mart, belongs to which society, and you belong to which guru. While serving Srila Bhakti Raksha Sridhar Goswami Maharaj, he said, I received this mantra from him that always become Ugra Shava Sutta. Means always associate with higher authorities. Always remain in higher association, not same like or low association. One who is standing on, for a simple example, one who is standing on 22nd floor of a building and one who is standing on the first floor, who can see far distance? One who is on a higher level can see far distance and see the subtleties. Srila Maharaj said this words of Srila Bhakti Raksha Sridhar Goswami Maharaj was like a mantra, and it made me so much aware of this that I'm always used to associate with higher devotees, higher acharyas. And other mantra he said I received from him is never give importance to the melodies when you're singing bhajans. Although it appears good when someone's singing in good melody. But more important is to understand the meaning of the bhajans. Those songs of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur, those songs of Narottam Thakur, is all transcendental knowledge. And when we are singing those songs, understanding the mood and understanding the vichar of those acharyas. They are also acting as mantras which melts our heart and change our lifestyle. These are powerful mantras, but only if we are recipient to hold that transcendental knowledge. So much gravity in these words. We are singing bhajans, we give more focus on the melody, how to sing this. And it's true, Srila Gurudev also likes that. He used to correct if someone is not singing properly. But there is a level above that. And that level is to know the meaning of those bhajans. Kabe hame heribo Shri Vrindavan. Srila Maharaj used to elaborate on this. So there are so many glories of Srila Maharaj. Understanding one acharya means understanding the mood and the gravity of his lifestyle and his teachings. If those devotees who really want to go and dive into those vichars of Srila Maharaj, I beg them to please read his books. You will get to know so much if we read My Beloved Masters and Volcanic Energy, Vishu Chaitanya Vani. They're full of transcendental knowledge. Full of transcendental knowledge, and every shiksha, every instruction there is like a mantra which can change our lifestyle from information to transformation. Jai Shri Srimad Bhakti Vigyan Srila Bharati Gosai Maharaj Ji ki Jai. So Pujapa Tapasvi Maharaj is here. Bibi Tapasvi Swami is here. So we like to hear from him. He served Srila Maharaj in so many ways and so many years by staying together with him. Hare Krishna, handing over to you, Maharaj. Hare Bol.
Thank you so much, Shripad Siddhanti Maharaj. It's very, very nice and spontaneous also. And you made some very nice points. Actually, I think we might have all felt like crying. I mean, I really felt when you were talking about Maharaj being there on video, even not directly, and everyone, all the disciples of Gurudev and all the new people, they were all crying. And very nice that some of our God brothers, God sisters, he reminds us so much of our beloved Srila Gurudev, and new people, even they could feel that transcendental power, that Shakti that he had, and the depth that he had is in his relationship with his Guru, Vaishnavas, and of course Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and Radha Krishna. So thank you so much. I could say a lot more, but I know Shripad Tapasvi Maharaj doesn't have so much time, but really, really appreciate your Pushpanjali, and we're learning so much, and we really, really look forward to hearing you again later. 5 o'clock, I think you're joining us again. So thank you so much, Maharaj, on behalf of everyone. Okay, would you like to introduce Shripad Tapasvi Maharaj, Chandrika Didi?
Okay, Dandavat Pranams, Tapasvi Maharaj. Thank you so much for joining us. With Tapasvi Maharaj, I was very, very fortunate that Tapasvi Maharaj was with me when I took initiation from Srila Maharaj, and always feel when I'm in his association, this is my connection with Guru Maharaj, because I never had direct association with him. So for me, I'm very grateful that he is able to join us today. And apologies with the timing and the quickness of the meeting today, but thank you so much for joining us, Tapasvi Maharaj. Thank you.
Dandavat, thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, I remember sitting, I think it was in Madhuvrat's house, and you were taking initiation from Maharaj through Skype. And that is the wonders of Maharaj, that wherever you were in the world, you could connect to him. So anyway, let me start. Om Jnana Timbarandasya Gyananjana Shalakaya Chakshulamitam Jena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Garadha Shri Vasari Gaura Bhaktivinoda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Offer my satsang pranams to my beloved masters, Nityalila Krishna Om Vishnupad. Bestowed to Shishimai's divine grace, Srila Gaura Govinda Maharaj. The Nityalila Krishna Om Vishnupad. Bestowed to the Shishimai's divine grace, Srila Bhakti Vedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj. The Nityalila Pravishta Om Vishnupad, bestowed to the Shishimai's divine grace, Srila Bhakti Vijnana Bharati Goswami Maharaj. And the Nityalila Pravishta Om Vishnupad, bestowed to the Shishimai's divine grace, Srila Bhakti Vedanta Swami Prabhupada. To all our Rupanuga Guru Varga, to all the Vaishnavas, Vaishnavis, Dandavat, pranams to you all. So we just have come from the Utsav, and there we're having Utsav for Maharaj for 2 days. Today was the first day, and we had different Vaishnavas coming and speaking about Maharaj from different mats. They came, and the Samadhi, Maharaj's Samadhi, was beautifully decorated. So many flowers all over, and we did Pushpanjali, and it was just for me the most wonderful to remember Maharaj. Of course, really not a day goes past without remembering him. His teachings are so much part of our lives. So much, pretty much most of the things we do are inspired by Maharaj, by our Guru Varga, of course by Maharaj especially. And what I received from our festival today was many different things, but partly the beauty of just glorifying the Vaishnava. Because when we glorify Maharaj, we feel close to him. And sometimes the devotees were speaking Siddhanta, and that was wonderful, because that was part of what Maharaj was giving. But on another level, Maharaj was giving his heart. I think when we speak about Maharaj, his teachings and his mood, his way of exchanging with each person on a highly individual level, and it may seem externally sometimes like nothing much is going on, but there's actually a huge amount, just like an iceberg. On the iceberg, there's maybe 10% on the top, and there's 90% below the water. So those moments, however long or short they may have been, they were like touching that ocean, that sort of iceberg, that 90% underneath it. And that's today, when everybody's glorifying, speaking about Maharaj, just as we're doing here, then that feeling of union, a feeling of, yes, we're with Maharaj, and the heart becomes so satisfied. My heart became so satisfied, because again, you're hearing about Maharaj just for hours, and again, we're with him. Again, we're with him, and he is speaking, communicating, talking to us through the other Vaishnavas. And this is a very powerful way that we can always be in touch with Maharaj. And that's why he so many times stressed this glorification of the Vaishnavas. Because when we glorify them, their moods, their heart touches our heart. And then we are magically connected to them. And nothing seems important. Nothing else is there. So for me, different devotees spoke on different topics. And really the theme was very much how they appreciated Maharaj's saranagat, his surrender. That was something that came up again and again from all these senior sannyasis and Vaishnavas speaking. They were really appreciating how Maharaj, two things, how he had met most of those sannyasis or devotees who were there, how he had met and served their Gurudevs. Yes, Srila Bhakti Rakhak Siddha Maharaj, there was one Vaishnav sannyasi there, if I'm correct, his name is Bhakti Prapanya Tirtha Maharaj. And he was glorifying Maharaj. And his Guru Maharaj, his Gurudev is Srila Bhakti Rakhak Siddha Maharaj. And he was saying that he'd come to the mutt much later on. And one time he was in Vrindavan and he heard Srila Bharati Maharaj speaking about Srila Bhakti Rakhak Siddha Maharaj. And he said he immediately became attracted. Oh, he's speaking about my Gurudev. And he has met my Gurudev. And they have had so many exchanges. So I could see that Maharaj, he's touched so many people's heart in so many different ways. Because he served those Vaishnavas also, because some of the devotees didn't really meet Maharaj or spend so much time with Srila Bharati Maharaj, the sannyasis. But when they heard how Maharaj had served their Guru Maharaj, you could feel their heart was just completely melted by Srila Bharati Maharaj. And so this is something that I learned from Maharaj, is his genuinely caring for others. Can you still hear me and see me?
Yes, Maharaj.
Okay, good. Because my screen has disappeared for some reason.
Oh, now now it's disappeared. There's two. Now it's back. Yeah.
Is it back?
Yes.
So yes, I was speaking about what over today, especially what I'm feeling is the qualities of Maharaj, his genuinely caring for others. Is genuinely caring for others. I mean, that's such a huge mountain, I find, for myself. It's like, you've got to be such a great lover of Guru and Gauranga to really fulfill that role. And here is such a Vaishnav Maharaj that his genuinely caring for others comes through in all his actions. His compassion for others and how he touched their hearts. So that came up for me today again and again, is how the Vaishnav is able to do that effortlessly. because that's their nature. And that famous story that Maharaj tells about when devotees came to see Maharaj in Calcutta, in Sri Chaitanya Gaudiya Math, and they were speaking to Maharaj, and Maharaj was asking them, everything okay? Everything okay? Yes, yes, Maharaj, everything is okay. And they were sort of continuing to chat with Maharaj, so to speak. And then they go to Srila Bhakti Daita Madhav Maharaj's room, have his darshan. And then Srila Bhakti Daita Madhav Maharaj asked them, oh, how are you? How is everything? And they immediately start crying, these devotees. And they're crying and crying and crying. And Srila Bhakti Daita Madhav Maharaj said, what has happened? And so they express what difficulty they have been through. And Srila Bharati Maharaj was explaining to us that I didn't have such ability, such caringness as my Guru Maharaj, because they had come to me, and in coming to me, I wasn't able to understand their heart. I wasn't able to understand their suffering. But immediately on meeting my Guru Maharaj, he was understanding their suffering. So Maharaj reveals, for me, that Maharaj reveals through his heart what a society of devotees is. And what is a society of devotees? In fact, I had a discussion different times with Maharaj on this. He was lying on his bed, I was massaging him. And often when I had the chance every day to massage Maharaj, I would talk about different things with him. And I think he kind of saw me like some, I don't know. Anyway, I don't want to. So, and he, what I understand, that what Maharaj, through Maharaj's actions, through Maharaj's heart, he revealed what a society of devotees is. And that is that every devotee is a well-wisher of all other devotees. That they try to uplift each other despite their own shortcomings, despite our mistakes that we make. We all make mistakes. So despite our mistakes and despite our shortcomings, a society of devotees tries to uplift each other, tries to help each other, being a well-wisher of all other devotees. So part of surrender is actually how we deal with each other. And that's often what I experience with Maharaj, is his ability to understand, to care deeply about others. And of course, he showed this in his own particular way. As we know that, I remember when I first came to Maharaj, the devotees were saying to me, Srila Bhakti Kinkar Damodar Maharaj, don't tell Maharaj where you're staying, or don't tell him anything, because he's only going to ask more questions and he'll be wanting to know if you're satisfied in that place. And he will be asking us, the sevaks, all the time, are the devotees happy? Have they got good accommodation? Have they got food? So we understood fairly quickly, it's best not to tell Maharaj, the details. And this was one of Maharaj's ways externally of showing, of connecting with the devotee, to show, yes, not, I mean, he wasn't doing it on purpose, obviously, but to show that he cares. And we all understood that. And like the train timetables, he could tell you what bunk you were on, what level, you know, all these different things. And this was his way of showing us the common purpose that we all have is to come together to inspire each other. And to do it in such a way that Krishna is pleased with us. That Guru and Krishna are pleased with us. To come together to inspire each other, to do it in a way that they're pleased, that Gurudev's pleased. So it may seem impractical in this age of Kali Yuga, where quarrel, even hatred, but Nityananda Prabhu and Advaita Acharya showed us an example how you can disagree and still love or let's say respect each other. And we have the example of Mukunda Datta in the Srivasangam. In Srivasangam, Mahaprabhu was fulfilling all the devotees' desires to the highest level. He was reciprocating with the devotees on the topmost level in the Srivasangam. And Mukunda Datta, he was barred from coming in. And so he was outside Srivasangam. And even though all the devotees were feeling so much fulfillment, I mean, it's not even fulfillment, but they were feeling so much reciprocation with Mahaprabhu to the highest degree. But still, when they understood that Mukunda Dutt was in pain, they all came to help him. Just like the body, when there's a part of the body that's sick, the whole body works to help that sick part. So in the same way, all the devotees, they came, Nityananda Prabhu, Advaita Acharya, all the devotees came and were wanting to help Mukunda Datta. And they were pleading to Mahaprabhu, you please help him. Please allow him back. And in his own amazing way, Mahaprabhu, by hearing the desire of the devotees, brought Mukunda Datta back. And of course, Mahaprabhu had so many different personalities. I'm speaking all this is because for me, Maharaja's life is a parallel to this. How he's caring for everyone. How there were so many devotees that were coming to him, all different types, like in Mahaprabhu's Leela. There was Buddhimanta Khan. He was a very, very rich man, paid for all Mahaprabhu's marriage. There was Haridas Thakur, who was basically an outcast, a penniless person. Suklambar Brahmachari, a renunciate. All these different, and King Prataparudra, he was a king. So all these different kinds of persons came into Mahaprabhu's Sangha. And they worked together under the inspiration that this would be pleasing to the Lord. So as far away as we may be from this consciousness, Maharaj, in my life, he gave me the aspiration for and to cultivate this principle. And I understand on my simple level, this is our real success in life. If we can be compassionate, caring. Of course, we know that Srimati Radhika is the most compassionate. Anyway, so about Maharaj, this is what I'd like to say, that this is what he, one of the things he has taught me is this caring for others, this living in a compassionate place, and how to never compromise in our hearts the ideal we should strive for. It may seem impossible because, like I was saying, it's Kali Yuga, but Maharaj was just instilling that in me, that even though there were so many complexities, perplexities, challenges in life, that part of my surrender is how we deal with it, how I dealt with everyone. So yeah, this is really a very significant, for me, teaching that Maharaj gave me, that to never compromise in our hearts the ideal that we should strive for, and to live that, and his example in my life to see that. And that was the most amazing. To see somebody, it was like music. Someone who was dancing in this world. Of course, there were all these different things that were happening, difficulties in one sense, but the Vaishnav, he's able to do that because of his heart, because of his love for his Guru and Mahaprabhu, Radha Krishna. Anyway, I think I better stop because I've already spoken for half an hour now, I believe. So I hope that was somewhat understandable. Just trying to express some of my thoughts and feelings and appreciation for how Maharaj has put my heart in a washing machine, and still in the washing machine. And certainly, I'd like to make one disclaimer, is that although I'm speaking these things, I'm far from realizing this, very, very far. But what I love, he's implanted that seed in my heart to try to aspire for this. And it's a beautiful thing.
Thank you, Maharaj. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mo. Yeah, that was so beautiful. You've made so many nice points, and whenever we see you and hear from you, we're always reminded of the beautiful qualities of Maharaj, and you know, we know that you served him, I think from some years. Was it how long? How many years? 5 at least.
About 5 years, I think.
Yeah, day and night. I think you served him so closely, and in that way, I think you got to know him very well, and you certainly picked up some of his beautiful qualities. So yeah, I just really like the point that you made when you said, you know, like an iceberg in the beginning.
Yes.
Yeah, that you know, sometimes we may not see the depth of the iceberg. We may see you know, just the iceberg itself on the external point of view, but underneath the water there's so much depth. And yeah, you know, definitely, you know, maybe when we first meet Maharaj, when one first come in touch with him, you might think, oh, he's just such a simple Vaishnav. You don't realize that his every word and action has so much depth to it. You know, there's so many teachings in it all. And, you know, just you talking reminded me so much of that, and how you mentioned how he was teaching us in so many ways, his dealings with other Vaishnavas, and how he served so much, so many senior Vaishnavas, disciple of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, and how they became so endeared to him just hearing about his services, and how he was so much caring. And yeah, like you said, he was always concerned, you know, how are you? Are you comfortable? You know, and asking after our welfare, you know, not even caring for his own welfare so much. So
that's right. That's right. One thing I just remember very quickly is this: there was one devotee, sannyasi. His name was Prahlad Prabhu. He was the secretary or assistant of Srila Bhakti Vallabh Tirtha Maharaj. Now he's taken sannyas. I think his name is, oh gosh, can't remember. But he was saying that for years that he was in the same mutt with Maharaj, and it took him, it was in Pune, that's right, and Maharaj would visit them, and he was always a little fearful of Maharaj. He was saying that today, I was always a little apprehensive, a little sort of held back. And then when he spoke for 1 week, 2 weeks at this Prabhu's house, he realized that Maharaj's heart, there's a whole different side of him that he didn't actually connect to before. It was that the sweetness, the caring. Yes, exactly. So I was just mentioning it because you were saying that, and that's what he was saying today. I didn't see it. And then when I heard Maharaj's katha over some weeks, then I started to get it. This other side was revealed to me.
Yeah, through service, especially, that any pure Vaishnav, Mahābhagavat Vaishnav like Maharaj will reveal his qualities and his characteristics, the depth of his moods more and more. So thank you so much, Shripad Subhashri Maharaj. And I think Chandrika, did you mention that your Guru Maharaj is here right now?
He is here now.
Yeah. Would you like to?
Okay. Pranams Maharaj, thank you so much for joining us today, and apologies for making you wait for a little while. Things run over a time a little bit, but if you would please speak some glories of Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj, we will be very grateful. Thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah, I'm so excited. His Divine Grace Shripad Bon Maharaj is joining us today. We're all so very fortunate. Yeah, this is so last minute, and Chandrika Didi like spontaneously arranged everything. It's all coming together very last minute, and Maharaj has so kindly agreed to speak. So of course Maharaj is known Nityalila Vishnupada Statara Satashishima Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj for many, many years, since before we ever got to meet him. So I'm sure he has so many nice things to share. Okay. Right. Dandavat Pranam.
Dandavat Pranam. All Vaishnavas, Guru and Vaishnavas, and all the devotees. So I want to speak few words about Nityalila Vishnupada Astutara Satmad Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj, who inspired my heart how to speak about him, because Vaishnavir Kripa Vina Vaishnav Tattva Balite Nare. Without this mercy of Vaishnav, no one can speak about him. Ishwarir Kripale Hoyte Jahare Ishwar Tattva Bujibare Pare. In the same way, Vaishnavir Kripa, one who received the mercy of Vaishnav, then he can speak about him. That given example, we worship the Ganges with the water of the Ganges. That is Sanskrit word Ganga Jale Ganga Puja. In the same way, we want to glorify about him only his causeless mercy. Om Ajnanatimirandhrasya Jnananjana Salakaya Chakshurmritam Jena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namah. Gurave Gaurachandraya Radhika Vai Tadalaya Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Sadbhaktaya Namo Namah. Vancha kalpataruvasya kripa sindhu bhayevacha patitanang pavanebho vaishnavebho namo namah. Namo Mahavadannaya Krishna Prema Pradayate Krishnaya Krishna Chaitanya Namne Gauratise Namah. He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Deenabandhu Jagatpate Gopisa Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurangi Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrishabhanu Devi Pranamami Hari Priye Om Vrindavai Tulasi Devai Priya Vai Kesavasya Krishna Bhakti Prade Devi Sattvatai Namo Namah. Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Sri Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare. First of all, offer my humble, respectful obeisances unto lotus feet of my Gurupad Padmo, Nitya Pravishtam Vishnupad, Astutara Satasya Srimad Bhakti Vedanta Sila Vaman Goswami Maharaj, and my Sannyas Guru Nitya Pravishtam Vishnupad, Astutara Satimad Bhakti Vedanta Sila Narayan Goswami Maharaj. Simultaneously offer my humble, respectful Dhanavad Pranam, lotus feet of Nitya Lila, Pravishtam Vishnupad, Ashtutara Satsmad Bhakti Vedanta Swami Maharaj, Srila Guru Ganda Goswami Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Rakha Sridhar Goswami Maharaj, Bhakti Puri Goswami Maharaj, and Nitya Lila, Pravishtam Vishnupad, Ashtutara Satasri Smad Bhakti Vigyan, Bharati Goswami Maharaj. Today is very super excellent, auspicious day. Today is called also Sayan Ekadashi and also Punah Ratha Yatra. Lord, he is taking rest. That means Lord Jagannath, today he is taking rest for this. Today is called Sayan Ekadashi. And also Lord Jagannath, today he is returned back Gundicha Mandir to Jagannath temple. And simultaneously, super excellent, also auspicious day to the appearance day of Nitya Lila Pravishtam Vishnupad Ashtutara Satmad Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj. So just I want to speak few words about him and his life history and contribution. Nitya Lila Pravishtam Vishnupad Ashtutara Satmad Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj. He was born in high class Brahman family, that is called Chakravarti family. And in Bankura, in West Bengal, district Bankura, he was born in the village of Sitarampur. In this day of Sayan Ekadashi, 1926, and before he joined in our Gaudiya Vaishnava, he was very intelligent and scholars person. He was school teacher in this village, and everybody known him. He was a very excellent and teacher, and everybody gave respect to him. And in his school, and But when he met with our Gaudiya Vaishnavas, then his mind changed, and he mostly used to come in Midnapur and one temple. I think that temple is named what is called Madan Mohan something. This just I forget that temple name. And he used to come this temple, and from his childhood, so much absorbed with Krishna, and he learned all shastras, and he was very excellent and intelligent and person. Then he then he took shelter lotus feet of Bhakti Doit Madhav Goswami Maharaj, who is the foremost disciple of Nityalila Prishtam Vishnupad Ashtottara Sadhan Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Prabhupada. He completely surrendered lotus feet of Gurudev Bhakti Doit Madhav Goswami Maharaj. Then Bhakti Doit Madhav Goswami Maharaj also gave him Brahmachari Vesh, Harinam, and so Diksha. In this day also Swayan Ekadasi. In this Swayan Ekadasi day, he was born, and the Swayan Ekadasi day, he also took Diksha, Harinam, Diksha from his Guru Nityalila Vishnupada Stotra Bhakti Doit Madhav Goswami Maharaj. And he in his Brahmachari ashram, he learned all the Gaudiya Shastra Siddhanta, and within few years, he learned all our Gaudiya Tattva Siddhanta. Mostly he associate with all the disciples of Bhakti Siddhanta Srila Saraswati Prabhupada. He got the opportunity to serve all our Bhakti Siddhanta Prabhupada and disciples, and he received mercy from them. Because without this mercy of Vaishnava and Vaishnava Kripa, no one can enter and in his spiritual life. As like Raghunath Das Goswami, he received mercy from Haridas Thakur, and Haridas Thakur later he got association of Jadunandan Acharya. He received Diksha Mantra from Jadunandan Acharya, and by the causeless mercy of Jadunandan Acharya, he also got mercy and from Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and he associate with Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, all eternal associates. Sarup Damodar, Rai Ramananda, Rupa Goswami Pad, Sanatana Goswami Pad, and etc. For this Raghunath Das Goswami, he also glorified about his Gurudev, Nama Seshtang Manopi Sachiputta Sarupang Rupang Tatsagrajang, Urupuring Mathuring Gustavatim, Radha Kundung Girivaramo, Radhika Madhavasang, Tapto Jassa Pathita Kripaya, Sigurutang Natosmin. In the same way, Srila Bharati Goswami Maharaj, and he got association of all our Prabhupada's disciples and served their lotus feet. For this regard, he also received Diksha Mantra from Bhakti Doit Madhav Goswami Maharaj, and Bhakti Doit Madhav Goswami Maharaj gave his Brahmachari's name Narottam Das Brahmachari. And then always he absorbed to serve Guru and Vaishnava. And I direct also met with him. And when I used to travel with Gurudev in Vrindavan and or Navadvip or somewhere, and most of the time we also met with him. And especially in our Rup Sanatan Gaudiya Math in Vrindavan, in the disappearance day of Rupa Goswami Pad, and he used to come in our Rup Sanatan Gaudiya Math, and very nicely he spoke about Rup Goswami Pad's life history and his contribution. And so much love and affection with Lord our beloved Srila Gurudev Narayan Goswami Maharaj. And I saw how Bhakti Vijnana Bharati Goswami Maharaj, he was very humble. And because Vaishnav Krishna Jate Gun and Bhakti Sanchari. In Charitamrita also Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami explained all the qualification of Krishna manifested in the heart of the pure devotee. Kripalu, Akludo, Satya, Samosar, Badan, Kovi, Daksha, Mauni, and 26 types of qualifications. Vishnu, good qualifications. In all the good qualifications we saw in the
Maybe everyone can turn off their cameras because there's some interference. So devotees, please kindly turn off your cameras because of the interference.
Gurudev, are you still here? I think we've lost Gurudev.
Does anyone know what happened?
Yeah, I think the signal's gone, so he'll try and come back on again. So we're just very bold, Gurudev.
Okay. So actually, I am in Bengal here also. Internet connection is not so good, very poor. Anyhow, I want to speak few words about him. Continue. They have
Gurudev, you're on mute at the moment. Can you unmute your computer there?
Whoever's with Maharaj, maybe they can help.
I think he's gone again.
Oh, shame. Should we wait?
Gurudev's here. Gurudev? Gurudev, we can't hear you and we can't see you.
Maharaj, we could check if you're muted. Maybe you're on mute. Or Chandrika, maybe if we can find.
yeah.
Gurudev, okay.
Their connection is very poor, sometimes going up and down. And today also.
Okay, we can hear you now, Gurudev. We can't see you, but we can hear you.
Maharaj, are you still there?
I think it's a very bad connection. Gurudev, if you can hear us, perhaps you can disconnect and reconnect again, please. If you can hear me, maybe disconnect and reconnect again. Krishna Balaram Prabhu, can you hear me? Are you there with Gurudev? I don't think you can hear us.
Shame. Maybe, do you want to sing some more mantra just a few minutes while he's reconnecting?
Okay. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Shri Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Shri Gaura Bhakta Vrinda.
He's here now. He's
Jai
here.
Gurudev.
Jai.
Gurudev, can you hear us?
Maharaj, can you hear us? Devotees can
Oh,
help.
you need to unmute. Can you unmute your camera there, Gurudev? That's it. Okay, we can see you.
Haribol.
Haribol, Gurudev. Okay,
Mhm.
we can hear you now. We can hear you and we can see you.
Okay.
That's a very bad connection.
Mm. Maharaj, can you hear us? Ah.
Haribol.
Haribol, Gurudev.
Thank you so much. So, Maharaj, when you're ready, continue. Maybe still a problem. Some connection. Hi, Krishna Maharaj.
Gurudev, the computer is muted. Oh, that's it. That's better.
Okay.
Okay.
So just I'm coming again. Haribol. So continue.
Oh, okay.
And Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj, he also received sannyas from Nitya Prasad Vishnupad, Ashtutar Ratman, Bhakti Madhav Goswami Maharaj. And he also secretary of Chaitanya, Sri Chaitanya Gaudiya Math, and he told 25 years he served his Gurudev and in the post of secretary, and he served very nicely. Always he engaged to service his Gurudev. The two kinds of service in our Shastra saying, one is called Bapu Seva, another is called Bani Seva. And but though both Seva is very important, but Bhaktivedanta Prabhupada explained Bani Seva is higher than the Bapu Seva. Bapu Seva means physically served to Guru. That is called Bapu Seva, massaging his lotus feet, washing his clothes, cooking for him. That is called the Bapu Seva. Or Bani Seva means listen Harikatha and all Harikatha also preach all over the world and transcribed in different languages and spread all over the world. That is called the Bani Seva. That is called also Brihat Mridanga Seva. So Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj, he engaged with Brihat Mridanga Seva. And especially he was very expert to calculate our Gaudiya Vaishnava Panjika, and that is called Visuddha Gaudiya and Vaishnava Panjika. He was very expert, and he wrote also many granthas, especially he published and Chaitanya Charitamritam in Hindi. This is very important. In our Gaudiya Sampradaya, and especially those who are Hindi Bhashi, and those who are, they don't know about Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's life history and this thing. Many Babaji Sampradaya and other Sampradayas, they also published Chaitanya Charitamritam in Hindi and these things, but that is not perfect. Because they Bhakti Siddhanta Prabhupada and Bhakti Vinod Thakur in his Anubhasan Amrit Prabha Bhashra very nicely and elaborately explained the deep meaning about Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's mood in there. So Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj, he manifested and Chaitanya Charitamritam in Hindi language. This is his krititva. This is his excellent and service. Yeah, Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj would not manifested this Hindi language Chaitanya Charitamritam, then especially those who are Hindi speakers, they cannot understand the perfect the meaning of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's Leela. Because many Babaji Sampradaya, other Sampradayas, they manifested many granthas in different languages, but no one can manifest the Hindi Chaitanya Charitamritam. But Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj, he manifested this grantha. So all the Hindi speakers, they completely are indebted and this service. And then our also our Gurudev beloved Gurudev disciple what is his name? Gokul Chandra Prabhu and in Faridabad, and he all Gokul Chandra Prabhu, he also manifested Hindi Chaitanya Charitamrit, and very nice, also beautiful these things. So this is called the best Bani Seva. Then everybody can understand what is the perfect contribution of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. Rupa Goswami Pad in Vidagda Madhav Natakam very clearly explained Anarpita Charing Chirad Korana Avatir Nakalo Samarpayatu Unnata Ujjala Sangsabhakti Sriram Hari Pradar Sundar Dudi Kadamba Sandhir Pita Sada Hidaya Kamdari Spuratubha Sachinandana. This is the contribution of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. In the same way, Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj, he fulfilled all the desires of his Guru Vargas, and especially in our Gaudiya Sampradaya. And he always mentioned about Bhakti Vinod Thakur and conception Vichardhara. In our Shastras, Bhakti Vinoder Dhara or Bhakti Vinoder Vichar Vichar Korle Chit Bhakti Vinode Korle Paive Chamatkar. Bhakti Vinoder just I forget this Bengali verse, and a Paive Chamatkar. That means if you know the conception of Bhakti Vinod Thakur, then your heart will be overjoyed. And so Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj, mostly he also quoted the verses of Bhakti Vinod Thakur. Because in our line is Bhakti Vinod Thakur, then Bhakti Siddhanta, Bhakti Vinod Thakur, then Jagat, what is his name? And Gaurakrita Das Babaji Maharaj, then Bhakti Siddhanta Prabhupada, then all the disciples of Bhakti Siddhanta Prabhupada, and especially Keshav Goswami Maharaj, and Srila Bhakti Dev Madhav Goswami Maharaj, Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj, and all the disciples in our line. And especially in this line, also our beloved Srila Gurudev Naran Goswami Maharaj, Srila Vaman Goswami Maharaj, Trivikram Goswami Maharaj, in the same mood. And so Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj, he manifested and all this mood of our acharyas. And especially he explained the Jiva's Sarup and is fixed. And especially the Samrani Didi, and very nearest and dearest our beloved Gurudev, he also manifested the book, the Sarup of the Jivas. And so she also collect all our acharyas evidence about Jivas things. And in her book also mentioned and Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj some lecture, and in this way she established the Jiver Sarup Hoy Krishna Nityadas. Jiver Sarup Hoy Krishna Nityadas. Krishna Trasa Shakti Bhara Bhide Bhed Prakash. Nitya Siddha Krishna Prem Sadhya Kabu Noy, Sravanadi Suddha Chitte Karo Uday. So in the same way, Bhakti Vijnana Bharati Goswami Maharaj, he established the same philosophy and of our Guru Vargas this way. And because this is the evidence, and all our Guru Vargas explain this way. Because some people, they are thinking the Jivas have no sarup, and according their Sangha association, they will get the mood. But this is not the truth. Because our beloved Gurudev, Srila Goswami Maharaj, in his lecture very clearly explained, Dhruva Maharaj, he got association of Narad Rishi. Prahlad Maharaj, also he got association with Narad Rishi. Pandavas, they also got association with Narad Rishi. But all their moods completely are different. And so that means only association with sadhu and your consciousness form is not manifest. And actually you have everything. Nitya Siddha Krishna Prem Sadhya Kabhu Noy. Sravanadi Siddha Chitte Karo Uday. The Sarupa of Jiva already fixed that just with the association of sadhu, then removed all your anarthas, and then causeless mercy of sadhu, guru, Vaishnava, then you realize your own sarup. This is the conclusion, all our acharyas. So there are no confusion. No doubt, there are no doubts. So in the same way, Bhakti Vijnana Bharati Goswami Maharaj, he also explained same mood and all our previous acharyas mood, and he explained. And Gurudev, so much respect to him. And every year he used to come in our Rup Sanatan Gaudiya Math, and especially this Reverence Day of Rupa Goswami, that means Rupa Goswami Viraha Tithi, and 3, 4 days, 5 days, and we celebrate Rupa Goswami's Mahotsav in there, and he also used to come in our Harikatha, and mostly he also glorified about Rupa Goswami's and Jivan Charit and his contribution and these things. And I saw he was very humble, and because Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu taught to us how will become humble. Tanadapi sune chena taruriva soisnuna amanino manadeno kirtaniya sadahuri. And so we saw how Bhakti Vijnana Bharati Goswami Maharaj, he was very humble, and he served to all Vaishnavas, and especially in his even his advanced age, his memory was so strong. He remembered all his god brothers and all the Prabhupada's disciples, and he spoke about them. And he was very strong memory and remembered many Tattva Siddhanta, and mostly he spoke about Tattva Siddhanta. And because in Chaitanya Charitamrita, Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami very clearly explained, and this one verse, Siddhanta bolya chitte loite na karo alas, jaite Krishna lage sudhira manas. Don't be lazy to enter in Tattva Siddhanta. And if you don't know Tattva Siddhanta, then do not enter in the deep philosophy of Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, and also you cannot relish the Mahaprabhu's Prema. If you want to relish the Prema, you must enter in Tattva Siddhanta. Jiva Goswami Pad explained in Tattva Siddhanta and Rasa Siddhanta, both are going simultaneously, as like a river flows and two banks and are going simultaneously. And so Tattva Siddhanta, one who has Tattva Siddhanta, and then he is deeply entered in Rasa Siddhanta. Because Jiva Goswami Pad explained the Tattva Siddhanta as like the foundation of of philosophy. Rasa Siddhanta, that is what established the one big temple, as like 10 stories or 100 stories you can build. In the same way, and if a Tattva Siddhanta is not strong, you cannot deeply enter in Ras Madhurya. You cannot relish. Why I'm saying? Because Bhakti Vijnana Bharati Goswami Maharaj, and he always spoke about Tattva Siddhanta and also Rasa Siddhanta. And he was great Acharya. And anyhow, something happened, then he also to establish and one mission that is called Visuddha and Chaitanya Bani Prachar Kendra. And he established these things. And he has so much Samadarshi and equal love and affection all the living entities. For this regard, and all the disciples of different acharyas and completely surrender unto his lotus feet and serve to him also. And he did not discriminate. This is my disciple, this is others' disciple. And same qualities we see in the heart of our beloved Gurudev. And our Gurudev, Srila Goswami Maharaj, and he did not discriminate. This is your disciple, this is others' disciple. And for this regard, we see all the disciples of different acharyas. And they also serve to Gurudev and completely and surrender his lotus feet. Such as given example, the disciples of Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj and Pesadi and Madhav Priya Prabhu, Krishna Priya Prabhu, and Siddhanti Maharaj, and how they serve our beloved Gurudev. And we saw these things. And when our beloved Gurudev departed from this material world, then they also served to Bhakti Vijnana Bharati Goswami Maharaj. Because Gurudev told, and no one can stop and to serve high class Guru and Vaishnavas. If anybody stops and to serve high class Vaishnavas, you have to reject that Vaishnava. And so in the same way, Bhakti Vijnana Bharati Goswami Maharaj, in the same mood, same line of our Guru Vargas, and we see, and when Bhaktivedanta Swami Maharaj departed from this material world, then many his disciples took shelter, lotus feet of Bhakti Rakha Siddhar Goswami Maharaj, Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj. They served to Guru Govinda Maharaj. And then the same way, when they departed from this material world, then same Swami Maharaj disciples, they also took shelter, lotus feet of our Gurudev, Srila Narayan Goswami Maharaj. When Narayan Goswami Maharaj departed from this material world, that time all the disciples of different acharyas, they also took shelter, lotus feet of Bhakti Vijnana Bharati Goswami Maharaj. So how he was very generous and give shelter to everybody, and he helps to the all Vaishnavas how to develop their spiritual life. Because our Shastra very clearly says, Sadhu Sangha, Sadhu Sangha, Sadhu Sangha, Sarva Shastre Koi, Labamatra Sadhu Sangha, Sarva Siddhi Hai. And so in this way, we have to associate with the great Vaishnavas. And as like Raghunath Das Goswami, he took Diksha from Jadunandan Acharya. But Jadunandan Acharya also advised to Raghunath Das Goswami, he had to go Jagannath Puri and meet with Lord Chaitanya Mahaprabhu and his all associates. And Jadunandan Acharya, He did not stop to Raghunath Das Goswami. Oh, you are my disciple. No need to go anywhere. Only you stay in my pocket. He did not say that. In the same way, all our Guru Parampara, these things. They have all our Guru Parampara coming in this way. So Gurudev gave an example. If you see one valuable thing is gold in the toilet, what will do? You have to take these things also, because this is valuable thing. In the same way, if you see valuable things anywhere, you have to take. You cannot discriminate. This is bad. This is good. So sadhu sangha is very important. So Bhakti Vijnana Bharati Goswami Maharaj, he was generous. He gave shelter unto his lotus foot everybody. And most of the time he also used to come in our temple also. After departed our beloved Gurudev Srila Goswami Maharaj, he also came in our Sri Keshavji Gauri Math in Navadvip Dham, and he also advised to us how to develop our mission Sangha. And in our mission also so many disturbed also came, but he was very kind and to help in our Sangha. And so again and again I bow down my forehead, his lotus feet, and he was great Vaishnava. And on September 5th, 2017, he entered in Nitya Lila Pravesh, and his Samadhi also in Navadvip, Mayapur, in there also. Even all our Gurudev Sangha, they also used to go there and paying their homage, Dandavat Pranam, Puspanjali in his lotus feet. And so again and again I bow down my forehead, lotus feet of his lotus feet. He will give mercy. Then one day I will fulfill the desires of my Guru Bhargavas. And so if knowingly, unknowingly, if I committed any offense, his lotus feet, and he gives mercy, and then I do bhajan and sadhan, and I can to fulfill all the desires of my Guru Varga. Pancha Guru Kripa Sindhu Vevacha Patitanang Pavane Bho Vaishnave Bho Namo Namo. Because today also I am here in temple, and there are so many program is going on. Now is Kirtan is going on here about 7 o'clock. And today is Super Excellent Auspicious Day, Swayam Ekadasi. So for this regard, here temple program is going morning to now also going. And this is my 4th section. I am speaking Hari Katha. And today, many classes I gave, 4 classes I gave. This is my 4th sitting. Again, I am going to upstairs to give Hari Katha. And many devotees also came here. And in Bihar, so many Bengali devotees came here. And now again, they also arrange and next program also here. So I will not take too much of your time. If I commit any offense, please give mercy to me. Hare Krishna, especially Charu Chandrika Didi, you are so very kind, so much. You are very kind to me. And so I pay my obeisances to all our Gurudev disciples. They are very qualified, and because our Gurudev was as like parsimony and touchstone. And touchstone is that if the iron touch the stone, then iron transfer in gold. And in the same way, our beloved Gurudev, he was as like touchstone. And all his disciples, they are very qualified. And all they also very expert in Tattva Siddhanta, Rasa Siddhanta. And those who also took shelter lotus feet of our beloved Gurudev Narayan Goswami Maharaj, Bhakti Vijnana Bharati Goswami Maharaj, again and again I pay my obeisances, their lotus feet. They have to give their blessing on my head. Then I enter in my spiritual life to serve all Guru Varga and fulfill all the desires of our Gurudev. Vancha Guru Kripa Sindhu Vevacha Patitanang Pavane Bho Vaishnavi Bho Namo Namaha. Jai Sri Gurudev Ki Jai. Jai Jai Sri Radhe.
Right. Thank you so much.
Causeless mercy of Guru, because Guru Nishtha. Gurudev always explain Guru Pad Padme Ja Rainishta Bhakti Sansar Tadil Sei Dhare Mahasakti. One who has Guru Nishtha, and he can deliver to whole universe. Guru Nishtha, this is called the backbone of our spiritual and life. So in our all Guru Vargas, how they have Guru Nishtha of their previous acharyas. And just I want to speak one thing. Bhakti Vijnana Bharati Goswami Maharaj, he told one katha. I remember him one katha. When my Gurudev, Bhakti Dvaita Madhav Goswami Maharaj, and he was staying in this material world. And 50 years I was staying with him and served to him. And that time I was thinking only 5 minutes. But after his departure, and then I'm thinking many years going, and time is not and passing. And this is called and viraha. And because gopis and viraha is this way also. And so Ujjwal Nirmani very clearly explained, this is the mood of Mahabhav mood. Mahabhav mood is the khanarte kalpatta, kalpatte khanatta. And little tiny time they are thinking and long time. And when the separation mood and many years that little time they are thinking time is not going. That is called kalpatte khanatta, khanatte kalpatta. And this is the mood also, this thing. And because when Guru Padma staying with us, and that time all so much enthusiastic coming, servicing Guru Padma this way. And when Gurudev out of our vision, then we are thinking what to do. Who will give shelter to us? And where we will go? And who will give shelter to us? And this is true. Emon nirghinna more keva kripa kare. Ek nityananda venu jagat manchari. And in this matter we are I am very wretched, unqualified. Who will give me shelter? And only Guru Padma. So in the same way, and disciples should be always think this thing. Who will give me shelter? His lotus feet. Only Guru Padma. So Guru Nishtha, Guru Bhakti, this is called our bhajan and sadhana. All our Guru Vargas saying this same word. Just we are speaking their words. That is called Ganga Jale, Ganga Puja. We worship the deities of Ganga with the water of the Ganges. That means we are speaking everything from our Guru Vargas Katha. Because Guru Vargas Katha is very powerful. Because that is Sabda Brahma. Sabda Brahma, transcendental sound. The transcendental sound, the vibration is very powerful. And if I speak my own words, there is no Shakti. But when speaking our Guru Vargas Katha, repeat that their Katha, that is very powerful. So again and again, and I pay my obeisances, lotus feet of all our Guru Vargas, and especially today is super excellent auspicious day, the appearance day of Bhakti Vijnana Bharati Goswami Maharaj. Gurudev told when anybody's appearance day is coming, then he is very happy. Then he must give blessing to us. And so today he must also blessing to us. Vancha Guru Kripa Sindhu Vevacha Patitanang Pavane Bho Vaishnavi Bho Namo. Jai Sri Guru Varga ki Jai, Nitya Bhakti Vijnana Bharati Goswami Maharaj ki Jai, all his disciples ki, and all glories to Gaur Premanande. Thank you.
All glories to Sripad Bhakti Vedanta Ban Goswami Maharaj ki Jai. Thank you so much.
Jai.
More, but time is very short. What to do? Krishna is
Thank
very
you so
kind. Thank you for the kindness.
Thank
Hare
you so
Krishna.
much for the good day.
Okay.
So many nice
Good.
points. Maharaj gave very nice history of Srila Bhakti Vijnana Bharati Goswami Maharaj, childhood and life before he was a teacher, and how everyone respected him and came he came to the lotus feet of his Guru Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Madhav Goswami Maharaj, and how he served all the Vaishnavas, and actually they gave profound blessings upon him, and then he was able to give so much mercy to anyone who came in contact with him, and he embraced one and all, no matter whose disciple he was. Bhakti Puri Goswami Maharaj or our Srila Gurudevs, any disciple, any guru, he completely embraced, like our Gurudev he mentioned. So Maharaj, thank you so much. You enumerated all the glories of Srila Bhakti Vijnana Bharati Goswami Maharaj. Did you want to say anything? Did he?
I was just very grateful that Gurudev gave us his time today to come and speak the glories of my Guru Maharaj, and to share that with us. And yeah, very grateful for that.
Yeah, he said he gave I don't know if he's still with us, but he said he gave already 4 classes today. And still he's coming and sharing with us. So we're very greatly fortunate for that. So yeah.
Definitely. Jai Gurudev. So we have 10 minutes now before Vasanti Didi and Srimati Shamarani Didi come. So I don't know if Ananga Mohan Prabhu is able to speak, and if he is not, maybe we can maybe we could, someone would like to sing a bhajan. If anybody would like to come forward, if not,
Or if anyone would like to speak also, there may be someone. I don't see all the names of everyone who's here, but if anyone wanted to take 5-10 minutes to offer their Pushpanjali, you can always put up your hand and if not,
if there's nobody else.
oh, Ananga Mohan Prabhu.
Jai.
That's
Hare Krishna.
we were waiting for you.
Thank you.
We thought that
sorry.
you made it an escape somehow.
I tried to escape. Tried to run away.
Well, we're glad you didn't go too far away.
I was just in the kitchen next door. Apologies for that, but I was listening and being with everybody. And very nice to hear all the speakers, Sripad Bhaktivedanta, Tapasvi Maharaj, and Jamuna Didi also spoke nicely, and listening to all the devotees speak, Sripad Bhaktivedanta Maharaj and Bhakti Siddhanti Maharaj also spoke very nicely. They're all an inspiration.
Gave him a new name, Siddhanti Maharaj.
Yes, Bhakti Siddhanti Maharaj. Bhaktivedanta Siddhanti Maharaj. Yes, yeah. A very good friend. So I'd like to offer if I may speak a few words just before the other speakers. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. Om Jnana Timirandasya Jnananjana Shalakaya Chakshuramitam Yena Tasmai Shri Gurave Namaha. Panchakalpatribhyascha Kripa Sindhuvevacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Shigora Bhaktavinda. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. So, just reflecting on what Sripad Bhaktivedanta Maharaj spoke, very heart-touching offering. He's reflecting on how in the separation of a Vaishnava, time seems so long, but in their presence, time seems so short. And if we reflect with our own association with our Gurudev, those moments that we were with him seemed so short, and we wish that we could have more and more time with him personally, like we did before. And in his separation, we feel that every moment, the time that we have, that we're not able to think about him, not able to serve him or his devotees, that time is such an empty space, and it's just a void. So this feeling of separation is there even on the appearance day of a spiritual master. And today we're glorifying Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj for that very reason, that we feel his separation, although it's his appearance day. But with the very short time that we knew of his presence, we knew and somehow came to know of his glories, it's such a flash in the pan in relative terms to time. Of course, Maharaj explained how his appearance was in 1926, and he was very learned and very erudite writer and speaker, but his glories we only heard of or got to know about until our own Srila Gurudev Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj left, and he came to help us and help the devotees to nourish their devotion. Like Maharaj explained, when an acharya disappears, there's a time of trouble, unsettled minds. Devotees are very disturbed. If they're not fixed, if they're not grounded, then they need somebody. Everybody needs somebody present. And although we have this Guru Nishtha Maharaj was speaking about, we still need somebody to help us and guide us in our spiritual life. So a devotee's association is always very appreciated and very important. So we're feeling this separation from Vaishnavas that depart and leave us. Of course, they're not very far away. Like Srila Swami Maharaj said, I'm always with you in my instructions, I'm always with you in my books. But he left us Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Goswami Maharaj. And in the same way, when he left, he said, don't become hopeless. I'm closer to you than the air that you breathe. I'm in the books, and I always will be there. But of course, we feel his separation. And then I only had a very short glimpse of Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj on 2 occasions, I think. And at those times, we didn't realize, I didn't know his glories. And slowly, through other Vaishnavas' glorifications, I'm appreciating something of his glories. And of course, I'd like to apologize at his lotus feet and to all the devotees if I've committed any offenses in neglecting him or in any way not been able to glorify him as I should be able to. Words, of course, cannot express any amount of ability to glorify Vaishnava. These words are material words. Only when we become spiritual in some way that we can realize a spiritual person, that is our prayer, that we continue on this journey with the help of the Vaishnavas. So here, Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Maharaj has left many disciples also that are very qualified. Maharaj explained of Bhaktivedanta Siddhanti Maharaj and Madhav Priya Prabhu and Tapasvi Maharaj, and of course Shamarani Didi also had much association with him, and also Nimi Maharaj and all the other Vaishnavas there had his association much more closely than I was fortunate to have. So those devotees that are present now can share like a channel his glories and pass that on to the next generation. We have many new devotees coming up and through and taking up the path of devotion and trying to practice seriously just by their sadhana, just by following the 4 regulative principles, just by chanting regular rounds, and just by not being disturbed with what's going on around them. This is a great achievement. And the one point Maharaj mentioned about Guru Nishtha and also being one-pointed, this is going to save our life, actually. This is going to protect us from any kind of disturbances that are going on around us. So it's a very delicate time, and we take shelter of their lotus feet and look for inspiration to serve more, to dedicate our lives that we have left, however long that may be, we don't know. Philosophy is that life is like a drop of water on the end of a leaf that could end at any moment. So keeping this in mind, in consideration, if we take this very just simple point seriously, then we can take life seriously. And this is what our acharyas are always teaching us by their example. Every moment is such a precious moment that we have to be able to serve, to be able to remember, and in that way we can perfect our own lives. And if we just follow those simple truths, that we can be very effective and very able to share with others this valuable knowledge that we've received through our Guru Parampara, through all the acharyas. And in that way, we can somehow pay back to them what they have sacrificed for us, for our welfare and our benefit. So I'd like to thank all those devotees that I had association with, that had association with Bhakti Vijnana Bharati Maharaj, and I remember them fondly. I remember how they served Gurudev with great dedication, and then they showed us, and they continue to show us by their example, how to dedicate our lives. So without saying much more, please excuse me for any my shortcomings, and I'd like to ask for their blessings on this very auspicious day. And I had said also that on the birthday, appearance day of the great Vaishnavas, they are extra merciful and extra generous, and I beg for their generosity and mercy that they shower upon me and all who are here with us today, and all those who are yet to come, and those who have come, or those who have come and may have gone. May they find strength and inspiration and guidance to come back on the path of devotion, because this is our only hope and saving grace. So Vancha Kalpatrubhyascha Kripa Sindhubheva Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you so much, Shripad Ananga Mohampu. I'm glad you didn't disappear.
You can't run away.
Yeah, that was so nice. And yeah, you made so many nice points reflecting on Maharaja's points also. Very important points. And he made about Gunishta and so many other important points. So I just wondered, Chandrika Didi, is Shamarani Didi here now?
Yes, Vasanti Didi will speak first.
Oh, okay, that's good. So thank you so much, and Ananga Mohampu for community also for speaking earlier.
Thank you so much, Prabhu.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, so Vasanti Didi, are you with us?
Unmute. Yeah.
Jai.
Not
pronounce everybody here assembled.
I feel so fortunate to be with everyone today. And it was such a nice inspiration of Chandrika Didi's last minute.
Yeah.
How this all came together like some miracle.
Very beautiful.
So high class association of everyone. Hearing all the Pushpanjalis, and it's been so amazing so far. Looking forward to hear from Vasanti Didi also, because she had so much association with Maharaj and
external association, yes.
But he gave you so much, so it'd be nice to hear. Now, whatever you feel you'd like to share. Okay, Didi, take it away.
Thank you. Thanks for inviting me.
Thank you for coming.
Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Srivasadi Shri Gaur Bhaktivinoda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. So first of all, I offer my heartfelt pranams to my beloved spiritual master Nitya Vishnu Pada Sot Shishima Bhakti Granta Narayan Goswami Maharaj. Also, and to my Shiksha Guru, whose divine Avirbhav Titi is today. Into the Vishnu Pada Sot Shishima Bhakti Vigan Bharati Goswami Maharaj. Also into his divine grace. Into the Vishnu Pada Sot Shishima Bhakti Granta Swami Prabhupada. And to all of our guardians on this path of bhakti. So I'm sad I didn't get to hear what everybody spoke, but I can go back and listen to it later. I'm here in Gopinath Bhavan, and they thought there'd be about 100 or 150 people coming today, and there was about 250. So it was a very huge celebration. And now also a few devotees have gathered, those who didn't get to speak this morning, like Srila Maharaj's Sevak, Sundar Gopal Prabhu, and Narottam Prabhu, his cook.
Wow.
Yeah, so super sweet. Actually, Sundar Gopal Prabhu was just sharing how, so I'm gonna I had some notes, but my mode is kind of just a free flow, so please bear with me, everybody. Sundar Gopal Prabhu was sharing so sweetly how Maharaj had so much care and so much concern for everybody, and especially his sevaks and those with him. And so 2 brahmacharis went ahead on the train to Puri to like go set up his room, and Sundar Gopal Prabhu said, I made the mistake of telling Maharaj that I can track their train on the internet. He said, so every hour Maharaj was asking him, where are they now? What station are they in now? Is their train on time? So that was really, really sweet. And it reminded me of one time I was in Pune in 2012 with Maharaj, and a friend of mine was coming, and she was going through something in life a little bit like difficult. And we were going, we were allowed to go on the morning walk, not walk. I'm sorry, not a morning. Gurudev went on morning walks. Maharaj went on afternoon walks. And the first time he went on the walk, the other devotees were like, come on, let's go. Maharaj is going on a walk. And ladies didn't go with Gurudev. So I was like, we're allowed to go? She's like, yeah, come. And so that was a really, really special moment. So we were going on the walk, and I had told him the previous day that my friend was coming, and we were on the walk, and he said to me, why aren't you at the train station? You should go to the station and pick her up. And I said, oh, Maharaj, her train is late. And he was like, oh, okay. So we walked a little bit more, and Maharaj knew the whole, he like knew the whole train schedules of all of India and which trains were the worst. And so then like another 10 minutes went by. He's like, you're not going to the station? And I said, oh, she messaged me, she's still late. And then after like maybe 20, 30 minutes, he said, now you should go. And I was like, okay, I'm going. And but right when I got to the station, she came off the train. So it's so sweet that just his, his care. So I know that I caught the last tale of Nanga Mohan Prabhu, and he said a word so nice where he said how staying with the Vaishnavas saves us, something to that effect. And that's exactly why we sing Samsaradava every day. We're in this forest fire, and we need to stay with the Vaishnavas constantly. And that's, for me, after Srila Gurudev left our material vision in 2010, even though, being with Vaishnav, of course, I live 24/7 with the Vaishnav, still that heartbrokenness, that why are we traveling the world? What are we doing? What's the point of preaching? Then I feel my, Srila Gurudev's mercy, he sent Srila Bhakti Vigan Bharati Goswami Maharaj to revive my life, my spiritual life, my bhakti, my material life, my everything. And I didn't look for him. They say we don't look for Vaishnava. Vaishnava finds us. And this is the beauty of the mystical path of bhakti. I was actually going to see, I think, Charu, you were there. A bunch of us God sisters were going to, in Navadip. I was actually quite sick. I couldn't barely walk. I had this, it's called chikungunya, this mosquito disease. So I wasn't going to the Prikamas, but I would take some pain medicine and go over to Chaitanya Gaudiya Math in the evenings. And we were going to see Bhakti Balatirtha Maharaj. And that night, he was sick. He wasn't giving darshan. But that day, actually, I had read the Harmonist that came out after Gurudev left. And there's the pastime in there. Probably somebody told it already, the Vishakapurnam, South India. Someone tell that, Charlie? Okay. So I had read the pastime in the Harmonist where Gurudev was in a festival with Srila Bharati Maharaj. I think it was maybe a festival of Bhakti by Puri Goswami Maharaj. And Gurudev had wanted to go to Puri, but he had nowhere to stay. And so he told Srila Bharati Maharaj that he had nowhere to stay in Puri. And Srila Bharati Maharaj said, oh, you can stay with us. You can stay in our mat. So they were all going to go together back. And they had tickets. They got Gurudev a ticket. They were all going to go together. And then Srila Bharati Maharaj said that there were two rooms in his mat, the brahmachari room and his room. And he said, and he actually looked at us. I'm sorry. I was reading this article. And in the article, he said, so I went ahead. He went in general class, which those of you who've been in India on a general class train, it's really intense. I mean, the trains are intense anyways, but what to speak of general class. So he got on a general class and he went back and he moved his stuff out of his room, put it in the brahmachari room. So when our Gurudev arrived, he said, your room is ready. And when I read that, I was like, wow, this person really loves my Gurudev. And then that night, when we went, me and some god sisters went to go see Bhakti Tirtha Maharaj, I saw Srila Bharati Maharaj sitting on a chair, so simple, just a plastic chair, no one around him, just watching, chanting and watching everybody. And I told Anita, my friend Anita, like, oh, there's Srila Bharati Goswami Maharaj. I just read his article today, and it was so so moving. She said, let's go talk to him. And I was so shy. I was like, no, what are we gonna say? And so let's just go offer pranams. So we offered our pranams, and then I said, he looked at us, and I said, Maharaj, thank you so much for your article and our harmonist. It was so touching to hear, you're this passing with our Gurudev. And then everyone sat around. Chara was there, and Savitri, and a bunch of god sisters were around. And they call Maharaj the encyclopedia of the Gaudiya Math. And he was just telling history after history after history. And he told about our parent Gurudev, how he saved, he changed cloth with his Gurudev, Bhakti Saraswati Thakur, and he was just telling so many histories. And then Savitri Dasi said, oh, Maharaj, we're a little bit confused, like a little lost. Now this is our first Navadvip Dham Parikrama without our Gurudev, and it's very sad, it's very painful. And Maharaj said, you are so fortunate that you have come to Navadvip. He said, and your Gurudev has given you everything. He's given you a room, he's given you prasadam, he's taught you how to do the parikrama. He said, but now I'm old and my feet don't work and I cannot go on parikrama. And then he said, but I'm very fortunate that you Vaishnavas have come to see me, and I'm seeing all the Vaishnavas, and he had this very endearing, boyish smile. And it was the first time, that was in March, and Gurudev left in December, 3 months, 4 months. It was the first time I felt like, wow, like I smiled, like a real heart smile. So that was my introduction. And so, yeah, it was 2011. And over the years, me and Sharmani, we followed him, went to different places in India. And I was thinking of one story, actually was with you, Charu. We were in Pune, and the times in Pune, it was so intimate. It was so sweet. Maharaj was just staying in someone's apartment, very small apartment. And we were staying in an apartment upstairs. And I went there for 2 winters. 2 winters? Yeah, twice, I think. It was the first time I went. I was with there was 4 of us, and I was leaving early to go back to be with Sharmani Didi. And so I went into his room. I was alone at that time, and I told Maharaj that I was going back to Vrindavan. And we were talking a little bit, and then Charu came in, Charu Didi came in, a couple other devotees came in, and then Srila Maharaj said, oh, you were 4, and now me and another girl were going back. You were 4, and now you are 2. And I said, yes. And then he quoted this verse, which I've been looking for so long. It's actually from Bhagavatam, and I found it, we randomly found it a few months ago. Naikaicha Priyasamvasa Suvijam Chittakarmanam Ogena Vyuhamanayam Plavanam Shotaso Yata, which means many planks and sticks, unable to stay together, are carried away by the force of a river's waves. Similarly, although we are intimately related with friends and family members, we are unable to stay together because of our varied past deeds and the waves of time. This is actually spoken by Vasudev to Nandababa. So when Srila Maharaj spoke this verse, and then he said, everything depends on karma. And then Charachandra said, oh, because she was staying, she said, does that mean I have better karma? You remember that? And then Maharaj kind of giggled and he said, no, we cannot say like that. It all depends on the service of the Lord. And so that was a really, really sweet, just, you know, very subtle but sweet teaching that we don't know, you know, everybody's karmas are different and we don't know what's going on and who's doing what. So that was super sweet. One really, well, there's so many specialities, but one speciality that I was meditating on this morning is how much Srila Maharaj stressed Guru Seva, Vaishnava Seva, not just Guru, it's just Vaishnava Seva, and how the deep explanation he gives of Seva, actually, that Seva, it's not just to be independent and, oh, I'll do this, I'll do that, but really he would say to Seva, real Seva is to understand what the person you're serving really wants. And so one of the first things I ever heard from him, actually in 2011, when I saw him for the first, well, after Navajit, then later I went to Chandigarh to see him with Vaijanti Maladidi. First thing he shared with us was how his Gurudev, Bhakti Madhava Goswami Maharaj, stressed Seva. If an opportunity comes to serve someone, you never know when that opportunity will come again. So always take that opportunity. So he was sharing how, and he was an engineer and he constructed the mats for his Gurudev, but he had these connections. In those days, it was very hard to get cement. You could only get 1 or 2 bags at a time. So when Devananda Gaudiya Mat, when Param Gurudev built it, it was Thakurji and a couple rooms. And then later when Srila Gurudev expanded it many years later, he went to Srila Bharati Maharaj to get the cement, to ask him to get the permissions and to arrange. And he did that. So Srila Maharaj said, any opportunity I could get, I would do that. And one time I was in the room with him with just one devotee from England. And she said, 2017, when Srila Bharati Maharaj was here in Gopinath Bhavan, she said, I'm not sure, now that my Gurudev has left, who to serve. Like, how do I know who to serve, who not to serve? And his answer was, he said, once Bhakti Vivek Bharti Maharaj, disciple of Saraswati Thakur, you know, he wrote the song Davana Lasana that we sing. Anyways, he said he was sick and there was no one taking care of him. So I immediately went and I helped and took care of him. So basically, you know, showing by example that when there's a need, you know, no one's doing, you know, you will know. So when we have these Srila Bhakti Bharati Goswami Maharaj, he left us these beautiful, beautiful books, My Beloved Masters and Volcanic Energy. And in there, it's just example. It's like I feel like it's like a encyclopedia guidebook for Vaishnava Seva. And so many beautiful examples and etiquette. It's, you know, it's just so phenomenal to hear. And he has served almost all the disciples of Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur. And in these books, also what he showed us so much in his speaking and in these books that, you know, we have this Gaudiya family is huge. And I didn't really know, I never heard of Bhakti Gaurav Vaikanis Maharaj and Bhakti Sarvasva Giri Maharaj and these glorious, glorious disciples of Saraswati Thakur. You know, we would always hear about Bhakti Pramod Puri Maharaj or Bhakti Rakshak Chitra Maharaj, but not these other devotees. And then sometimes though, when I would go back and hear Gurudev's lectures, I would hear Gurudev mention their names. You know, he would just say like, you know, Vaikanis Maharaj or Giri Maharaj, and here he's referring, you know, Gurudev also has served them. So beautiful. So many, so much specialities and gifts he's left for us. Oh, here she is, Shamrani Didi. So, very cool. I think I'll end with, I was going to tell one more story, but
Go ahead. Go ahead.
Look, everybody's there.
Oh, Shamarani Didi Jai. Not pronounced. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Yeah, I'll just share one more. I had heard it before and I heard it again tonight, how, well, actually, I'll go back. So many after, when we were in Puri, Srila Bhakti, you know, Srila Maharaj, he would always come to our sea palace. What's the name? Jai Shri Damodar, to our Gaudiya Mat for Gurudev's appearance or disappearance day. Well, it was winter time, so it would be Gurudev's, yeah, both. And also our Param Gurudev's appearance day. And he would share how, and even in Govardhan when they installed Gurudev's Pushpa Samadhi, he would say how he called Gurudev his Bandhav, his dearmost friend, and how Bandhav, there's friend and then there's Bandhav, which is that even if everyone is talking bad about you, everyone's slandering you, still that friend sticks by you. And even if you did something wrong and everyone has a right to talk bad about you, still that Bandhav will always support you and be by your side. And that's how he referred to our Srila Gurudev. And in 2007, when Gurudev had when he was doing a sick pastime of heart failure, heart attack, then Gurudev was recovering here in Gopinath Bhavan, and Srila Bharati Maharaj came and told him, "Oh, Maharaj, you have to get well. You're traveling and preaching and helping thousands around the world." And Gurudev said, "Oh, anybody could go and do that." And Srila Bharati Maharaj said, "No, only you can. The save is for you. Only you can do it." So very special relationship they had, still having. So I'll end there. And I did Naikacha. Very fast, 20 minutes. Praying at this, as the Nanga Mohan Prabhu said, Vaishnavas are more merciful on their Avirbhav and Tirbhav days. Srila Maharaj would always say, even if you don't know anything about that Vaishnav, just saying his name, so much benefit will come. I'll answer these in the chat in a minute, also these questions. So I'm praying on his divine appearance day that some inkling, some ounce of proper mood for service and advancement, progress in bhakti will come in my heart. And that's, thank you.
Thank you so much for joining us today, Vasanti Didi, and sharing your heart, your beautiful and sweet remembrances of Maharaj and all his teachings. And so nice exchanges you had.
Pardon?
Very nice exchanges you had with him. And you gave so many nice points. Thank you so much, Didi.
Thank you so much.
Without further ado, we now have the great good fortune of welcoming Srimati Shamarani Didi, who has kindly agreed to come and offer her Pushpanjali today on the Divine Appearance Day of Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Swami Maharaj. And although she's extremely busy, I'm sure she's been speaking so much already today, but still she's happily come and agreed to share her heart with us and all her remembrances and to share Maharaj's teachings. So we're very eager to hear from you, Didi. Thank you so much. Okay.
Agyanam timirandasya Gyananjana salakaya Chaksuranmilitam yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namah. First, I offer my unlimited obeisances in the dust of the lotus feet of my most worshipful Diksha Gurudev. Nityalila Pravishta Om Vishnupad Astotra Sat Shri Shrimad Srila Bhakti Vedanta Swami Prabhupada, and the same unlimited obeisances in the dust of the lotus feet of my most worshipful Shiksha Gurudev. Nityalila Pravishta Om Vishnupad Astotra Sat Shri Shrimad Srila Bhakti Vedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj and Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj, to all of our Guru Varga and all the beautiful assembled devotees. So Srila Maharaj's glories are unlimited. Even Anantadev, the unlimited hooded serpent of Lord Vishnu, cannot come to the end of the glories of the pure devotee. As Vasanti Devi mentioned, there's a special mercy that they give on their appearance and disappearance days. That is, it's from the 12th canto, Srimad Bhagavatam, and the verse is about Krishna, that just by remembering the lotus feet of Krishna, all terrible obstacles go away, all inauspiciousness leaves the life of that devotee, all auspiciousness comes, and one develops to all the stages of bhakti up to prema, simply by remembering and glorifying, especially on that day. So Srila Maharaj, although the verse is about Krishna, he said the verse is about the pure devotee as well, because the pure devotee is the manifestation of Krishna, the representative of Krishna. Yashak Prashadat Bhagavat Prashado. Yashak Prashadan Nagati Kutopi. So on this very special, powerful day, we take advantage.
Can someone, whoever, can Hawaii P30? Can everyone mute themselves?
I can just see. Muted.
I got a special mercy from Srila Maharaj right from the beginning of my association with him, because both with Srila Prabhupada and Srila Gurudev, Srila Bhakti Vedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj, when I joined both of them, there weren't big crowds. There was just little groups. And so I got a lot of attention. As the crowds grew and grew, and as my offenses grew and grew, I got less and less attention to finally no attention. But with Srila Maharaj, it was quite different. He gave me no attention right from the onset, because with Gurudev and Prabhupada, I began to expect, and so I became more and more disappointed and disheartened. But with Srila Maharaj, because he just treated me like a very insignificant living entity, so I never expected anything in terms of the externals. And I knew that if I was going to get his attention, it would have to be internal, because that is the reality. Even when I would ask him questions, he would look at somebody else while answering the question. But somehow he always saw my anarthas and always tried to cleanse them. That was one way, by ignoring me or appearing to ignore me. But really he was giving his Shakti and purification right from the beginning. So one other time, we used to go on, just like generally gurus take disciples on morning walks, but with Srila Maharaj, we had afternoon walks. And one day, because I'm a very ungrateful person, even though Vasanti Dasi always bends over backwards for me to help me with all aspects of my service. But that particular day, I was finding fault with her and being very ungrateful. So the way Srila Maharaj had his afternoon walks there in Pune, he would walk for a while, and then his servant would be carrying this little beach chair and put it down, and then Maharaj would sit down and speak a few words and then get up and continue walking. So that day that I was fuming and fault finding and ungratitude, Srila Maharaj sat down and he said, there's the story of a barber, and he was walking through the forest and he saw a lion, and the lion didn't attack him because the lion was so busy being sad and sucking his paw. So the barber came up close and realized that he had a thorn stuck in his paw, and that's why the lion was so sad and so quiet. So the barber had all of his stuff with him because he was on his way to his job. So he put the soothing medicinal paste on him. He put the leaf bandage on him, bandaged him all up, and went away. So as fate would have it, this barber was blamed for some crime that he didn't do. And so he was captured by the police and brought into an arena. And the punishment, the death punishment, was that a lion would have to eat him in front of everybody. So somehow or other, it was that same lion. And the lion, they opened up the cage and the lion was roaring and started moving towards the barber. But once he recognized the barber, he just began to purr and sat by the barber. And so Srila Maharaj was saying, if a lion can express such gratitude, then what to speak of Nityananda Prabhu, how grateful he is for any little service. So by hearing that story in the midst of the mood that I was having, I understood Srila Maharaj's teaching to me. Also in Chandigarh, it was Kartik time, and I would give Kartik Braj Mandal Parikrama classes. We would go by book to the places of pilgrimage. And this was it was in a big courtyard, and Srila Maharaj had one of his rooms at the end of the courtyard. So about 50 feet away, I was giving these classes in the afternoon with those little Chinese mics. And I was hoping, well, maybe he's hearing and maybe he's appreciating it. So then, usually he never asked for questions during or at the end of his classes. But now it was the end of Kartik, and Madhava Priya Prabhu announced, so Srila Maharaj is going to take questions. So I thought, okay, I have this really burning question that I wanted to ask, which was, I was helping proofread Padyavali, Vichitra Didi, to proofread the Padyavali that she was involved with translating. And there was a very strange few verses about something about when Krishna's a baby, he has an amorous mood within him, and he was looking towards the elderly gopis in this amorous mood. And I just absolutely could not relate to it at all. I didn't understand it. I didn't know if the translation was right. I'd never heard anything like that from Prabhupada or Gurudev. So I thought, okay, this is my chance. I'll ask that question. So I said, what does that all mean? Is this true that Krishna is like that? So the way that Srila Maharaj answered was that I knew that even though he usually didn't even look at me, I could tell that how else did he show my insignificance? Usually when the guru is giving out sweets, he gives it to the senior most devotees. And even though I'm not senior most in my heart, at least externally I'm senior most. But Srila Maharaj made sure to give me it last, even though I had my hand up. But here, in answering my question, he showed me that he was really accepting me as his own. The way he answered it was this: just see the pride. She doesn't even understand Bhagavad Gita, and she's asking these questions. So somehow or other, I wasn't mortified, but I was really grateful that he did that. So once in Paharganj, was my second or so darshan with him. there was about 50 devotees in the room. Of course, he didn't look at me for a moment, even when I was asking my questions. But I asked, how do we understand how because our Gurudev, Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj, recently appeared to disappear, and the Acharya of your mat, Srila Bhakti Vallabh Tirtha Goswami Maharaj, is doing his illness on the way to disappearance pastimes. So what kind of relationship did they have together? And Srila Gurudev said, although the institution is different, the moods and the thinking are one. Unity and diversity, diversity and unity.
Gurudev said even if institution
I'm sorry?
the same.
The same, yes. Guru is one.
Between different mat, between different Gaudiya mat.
Yes. So so Srila Maharaj said only the management is different, but the mood is the same. Then he said, just like the 6 Goswamis, they didn't stay together. They lived in all different places of Vrindavan, and sometimes they had, I'm sorry? They lived in different places in Vrindavan, and they even had different gurus, but always there was that oneness of heart. So then I didn't know Srila Gurudev very well. So I was thinking, well, I'm not exactly sure. No, Srila Maharaj. I didn't know Srila Maharaj very well yet. That was only my second darshan with him. So I was thinking, well, are we really one? Are you really one? Because, like, how are you and regarding Radha Dasyam, which I know our Srila Gurudev stressed so much. So immediately, Srila Maharaj said, because he's talking about the 6 Goswamis, he said, Srila Raghunath Das Goswami served Srimati Radhika. And then he quoted the one of the last verses of Sri Vilapa Kusmanjali, that, oh Radhika, now I'm swimming in an ocean of hopes to get your mercy. If you're not merciful to me, then of what use is the land of Braj? Of what use is Krishna to me? Worship of Krishna, Bhakti, the killer of the Baka demon. And what use even is this life to me? Then he said that all the gopis left their homes, their relatives, their husbands, everyone, society's abuse, the perfection of womanhood, that is chastity of the husband. They left everything for Krishna, but Krishna left them all in the rasa dance for Srimati Radhika. Then he said that when Krishna left the rasa dance, he, in order to play a trick, he assumed a four-armed form like Narayan. And the gopis saw this Narayan form and they weren't so attracted. Their attraction was only to Krishna. So they folded their palms, namaste, and have you seen where Krishna went? And then they went off looking. And then Radhika came later. But Krishna could not keep his additional 2 forms. He could not hide from her because she actually is his, the embodiment of his 6 opulences, including knowledge. So he could not outsmart her in any way. So his 2 arms extra 2 arms went back into his stomach, and therefore that place is called Paitagram, or the place where the extra 2 arms went into his paita, or his stomach. So the point Srila Maharaj was making was that just as Krishna could not hide himself from Srimati Radhika, all those gopis who were following behind Srimati Radhika, they got to see that same original Krishna whose extra 2 arms came into his stomach. So he said, if you become a follower of Radhika, then that's the only way to attain Krishna. He said, even Lakshmi Devi, with all of her beauty, wealth, opulence, she also could not attain the lotus feet of Krishna. And he quoted the same verse that our Srila Gurudev very often quoted, and that Srila Prabhupada so mercifully manifested in his translation of Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita. That is Gopi Anugatya Vina Aiswarya Gyane Vajileya Nahipaya Virjendra Nandane. That unless one follows in the footsteps of the gopis, he can never attain Virjendra Nandan's lotus feet. As long as he's attached to the opulent conception of the Lord, even if he's engaged in full-time devotional service, he's not able to attain him because of his Aiswarya Jnana and because of his not following in the footsteps of the gopis. So interestingly, Srila Maharaj added, Gopi here means Srimati Radhika. He was always adding an extra thing to anything that I'd heard, because Guru was one, and now Sri Guru is adding another depth to everything we'd heard before. For example, it was in, I believe, Vinod Vani, Gaudiya Math in Vrindavan, and he was explaining how it was Rupa and Sanatan mostly who discovered the holy places in Vrindavan, and by whose mercy we now have all the structures and history and pastimes of those holy places. So although he didn't say it, because he knew it, because he felt it, that who are Rupa and Sanatan, and who are the other Goswamis, like Srila Raghunath Das Goswami, who but who enlarged Radhakund and Shamakund. Who are they? They're the Manjaris. And just by being in Maharaj's presence and hearing him speak, oh, yes, it's the Manjaris themselves who opened us up to Braj, and now we're able to have Braj Mandal Parikrama. In fact, he explained that Sri Krishna Sankirtan, Param Vijayate, Sri Krishna Sankirtanam, that Sri means Radharani. Without Sri, Sankirtan is not Sankirtan and is not Param Vijayate. It doesn't take away all anartas and give Bhav Bhakti and Prema Bhakti. Another interesting thing that he showed us, that he is also in that Radha Dasya line. He was speaking about the language of love. He said when Radharani says to Krishna, don't touch me, what does she mean? Touch me. Because if prem is expressed openly, as we learn in Prem Samput, and as we've heard from Srila Gurudev so many times, when prem is expressed openly, it disappears. I love you. Immediately the prem disappears. And therefore, Srila Viswanath Chakrabarti Thakur compares it with a ghee lamp that's burning in a hidden chamber. And because the chamber is closed, the fragrance of the camphor and ghee expands and expands. If it were to be kept in an open doorway or window, it would immediately evaporate. But because it's closed and hidden, it grows and grows. So Srila Maharaj gave the example that once there was a king and queen, and they had a kingdom, but their kingdom was attacked by the enemy. So the king was able to escape, but the queen wasn't. And she was thrown in a prison and being tortured and suffering there. So one day, when the king was in the forest, now he was very lean and thin, growing a beard. His clothes were all worn and torn. So he wasn't very recognizable. And he overheard two citizens in the forest speaking about him. And they were saying, our king is a very bad king. He escaped, but he allowed his queen to be caught, and she's suffering so much in the prison. So the king thought, yes, I didn't know where she was, but now I know. I must go and do something for her. So he went to the prison and he told the guards, I am the guru of the queen, and she's expecting me. So then, as soon as the queen saw him, she said to the guards, get him away. He's just a lusty man. He just wants to enjoy me. Throw him out. He's not my guru. So immediately they slapped him around and threw him out. So there's only one person who could understand what she was saying, and that is the king. Because what she really meant was, she was really telling her husband in this, what's the word? Love language. Go away from here at once. Yes, I'm suffering now, but if you stay here, eventually they'll recognize you and throw you in jail and torture you so much that I will suffer more. So go away quickly and save yourself. So that king was so grateful to his wife that later on he got another kingdom and built a big monument to his wife and got his wife back. So this is, Maharaj was talking about the language of love. Now, one last thing in this regard, same regard, is that I think most of you are familiar with the verse Tunde Tandavali, which was written by Srila Rupa Goswami about the glory of the holy name. I do not know what sweetness, how much sweetness is present in the holy name. When the holy name enters my ears, I desire thousands of ears. When it enters my tongue, I desire thousands of tongues. And when it enters the courtyard of my heart, then all my senses become inert. So Srila Maharaj is explaining that this verse did not really originate from Srila Rupa Goswami. It originated from Srimati Radhika. And Srila Maharaj told this many times. And one time he told it was on the night of Gaur Purnima, because he was talking about the reasons for Chaitanya Mahaprabhu's descent. So Radharani was absorbed in chanting Krishna's name and thinking this verse. It wasn't a verse, it's just her heart. And so all of her senses were inert. She totally was not conscious of the outside world. So then Krishna came, being of course attracted by her love and her chanting. and he's waiting for her to acknowledge his presence. Because after all, there's his fragrance, there's his beauty, there's his flute, and she didn't hear or see or smell anything. Krishna tried again and again to no avail. So finally, Krishna became in wonder. What kind of love does she have? And that's when he decided that I'll have to take her mood and complexion in order to understand. And that's when he became Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. I have 2 minutes left. So with those 2 minutes, I'll share a 2-minute pastime that in Chandigarh, we were with him during another Braj Mandal Parikrama. So we weren't going on Braj Mandal Parikrama. We were just hearing his classes. I think he was giving classes on Gajendra Moksha. In fact, one of the questions at the end of the Karti was, why are you speaking about Gajendra Moksha when it's Karti? Why aren't you talking about Radha and Krishna's pastimes? He said, you don't have faith. I'm trying to create faith in you so that you'll be able to, ready to hear. And that is ready to receive when you do hear. So then one afternoon, I asked him that we're not going on Braj Mandal Parikrama, but we know that being with you is as good as being on Braj Mandal Parikrama. But could you explain like how that is? So he quoted the kirtan of Srila Bhakti Vinod Thakur about, I always want to go to the places of Lord Gaura's pastimes with the Pranaya Bhaktas. Then it is effective. Those who have a love for Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, for Radha and Krishna in their hearts, they have all of Braj and all of Braj's pastimes in their heart. So wherever they are, whatever they're speaking, you're on Braj Mandal Parikrama. So I'll end there. Thank you very much. Panchakopatriyubhyascha kripasimibhyevacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha.
Well, thank you. Yeah. Do you want to speak something? Go ahead.
Just to say thank you so much, Maharaja, for agreeing to kindly come and speak some glories of Srila Maharaj. It's very, very kind of you to share them. I'm not qualified to speak anything else, so I'll pass over to Joe Chandrika to speak.
Yeah, thank you so much, Amarani Devi. You're always full of so many jewels actually that you've collected from Srila Gurudev, and of course afterwards Srila Bhakti Bharati Maharaj. And you explained very honestly and truthfully how when you first came to Maharaj and he ignored you, but he was internally giving so much mercy. So and that we can see how you actually his teachings and delivering nice points that he gave. Sometimes even he's speaking. I remember so many times I was there, he was speaking. And, when we'd hear from you or when we'd hear from Madhava Priya Prabhu, then, you would explain in such a way that, oh, okay, that's what he was saying. So it's so nice to actually hear from you and all your experiences, memories, all what you got from him, and you explained so well, so clearly. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your kind words to this unqualified soul.
Thank you.
Okay, so now we go to Chandrika Didi to ask her if she will please offer her Pushpanjali, the lotus feet of Srila Bhakti Bharati Goswami Maharaj. Didi, if you kindly speak for us.
Okay, thank you for giving me the opportunity. I'm very tired, but anyway, somehow by Gurudev's and Vaishnav's mercy, by Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Maharaj's mercy, I can repeat something. Okay. Omagina Tamandasya Gananjana Salakaya Chaksham Yena Tasmai Shri Gurve Namaha Vanchakaparubhyascha Kripasinnavevacha Patitanam Pavanabhyo Vaishnavibhyo Namo Namaha Gove Gochandraya Vadikaya Tadalaye Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaye Tad Bhaktaye Namo Namaha Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shivasadi Shikor Bhaktavrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. So before I begin, I'd like to offer my humble, most respectful obeisances, my heart like flowers, at the dust of the lotus feet of my Gurudev, on Vishnupad Astata Sadashishi Mad, Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj. And at the same time, of my humble, most respectful obeisances, time and time again, my heart like flowers, at the dust of the lotus feet of Srila Nityananda Vishnupad Astata Sadashishi Mad, Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj, whose divine appearance day it is today. We've come together to celebrate his Vyasa Puja, and we've heard so many nice memories and so many of his teachings from all elevated Vaishnavas and Vaishnavis. I'm extremely unqualified to speak in this assembly, but somehow by his causeless mercy, being given an opportunity. So Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Maharaj, he said that how can we serve the lotus feet of Vaishnavas after their disappearance from our vision in this world? We can simply serve them by remembering them and contemplating and adopting their exemplary conduct, and also by sharing and distributing their teachings. So actually we see in the life of Maharaj that he certainly did that. You can see his book, the divine holy masters, how he collected so many of the glories of the disciples of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, who he personally served, I personally heard from. And without that book, actually, we wouldn't even have I can say, I can only speak for myself, sorry, not for everyone, but I certainly wouldn't have a clue as to all their qualities. So many, we maybe heard their names, but we hadn't heard so many of their qualities. And on each and every divine appearance or disappearance day of any of these disciples of Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada, or any Vaishnav or Vaishnavi's appearance, disappearance, he would enumerate their glories like he had thousands of mouths. He had so much faith in the Vaishnavas, and he would be so happy to explain their glories. He would never tire of explaining their glories. And in this way, he gave us an opportunity to hear their glories and to also remember their glories. And, by hearing that Hari Guitar, by hearing their glories, we can also serve in this. We get an opportunity to serve them, even though we couldn't serve them directly like he could. But he's giving us an opportunity to serve through hearing their Hari Guitar and to remember their qualities and develop a relationship with them. So like Shamarani Didi said this verse, Guru Vaishnav Bhagavan, Tina Smaran Ahoy, Vigna Vinashan. So it means that by remembering Shri Guru Vaishnav's Bhagavan, all obstacles on this path of bhakti, which, in our lifetime we may be faced with so many obstacles, but they can all be destroyed just by hearing and remembering their glories. So recently on Bhakti Basics, we were discussing the qualities of a Uttama Adhikari Vaishnav, Mahabhagavat Vaishnav, and how there's 3 different ways to recognize. One is through their shraddha, their faith, deep faith and realization in Shastra. Another is the attachment to chanting of Harinam, and another is by their rati, or deep loving attachment, their shakti, and their prem, their love towards Krishna. So Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Maharaj, he, as I just mentioned, he had so much deep faith in the Vaishnava, in his guru, especially Srila Bhakti Madhav Goswami Maharaj, and to all the Vaishnavas, and of course to Radha and Krishna. And so much attachment. Actually, how can we tell if someone has attachment? Someone so unqualified like myself cannot. But one thing, there is a symptom that he will never tire of speaking Hari Guitar, or she will never tire of speaking Hari Guitar. Go on speaking. This was Maharaj. He would love to speak Hari Guitar. No one could stop him from speaking Hari Guitar. Sometimes he would speak. He would go on speaking, and his servants like Narottam Prabhu and others, Madhava Priya Prabhu, and they would say, "Oh Maharaj, please, he's speaking for 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, whatever it was. Please, you need to rest or take prashad." But he would just want to go on and on. So this was his deep, loving attachment, and like Shamarani Didi mentioned, such a nice point she said, is that Maharaj would give so many different angles of vision. He would explain one Tattva Siddhanta, or he would explain one pastime, and in explaining that, he would, like you'd see a diamond, he would show this angle of vision, this angle of vision, and like Shamarani Didi said, give such depth to that Siddhanta, that conclusion, Shastra, or pastime, Leela, that we've heard from our beloved Gurudev or maybe other Vaishnavas, but he would add something and, and enlighten us. We would always be so happy to hear, like Shamarani Didi is explaining how Srimati Radhika, she, as soon as she came to, and she saw this form of Narayan that Krishna was displaying, then he could no longer hold his two arms and he could no longer hold his forearm form, and two of his arms went inside, and anyone who came after Srimati Radhika, any of the gopis who came after them, they saw that beautiful threefold bended form of Shama Sundar, and not this forearm form on Narayan. So that because they were following in the footsteps of Srimati Radhika, so when Maharaj would explain these points, we would be like, oh, really? Discussing and saying, oh, this is so nice, and we would want to hear more and more. How Maharaj was not as well as being Tattvavit, which means he knows all Tattva Siddhanta. He was very rasik like this. So I think one of the great specialities of Maharaj is how he had such a service mood. So one other quality of a Uttama Adhikari Vaishnava is attachment to chanting Harinam, and of course his service to the holy names. So even in old age, when his body wasn't so fit and healthy, but still he had so much nishta in his chanting of Harinam. He would continually chant. You would always see his lips moving, speaking Hari guitar, but still his lips would be moving and chanting the holy name. As soon as he woke up in the morning, then he would immediately be chanting throughout the day and night. Even I think I wasn't there during the time when he was taking rest, but I'm sure even in his sleep he was chanting. And he was always Sevan Mukh, which means he had such a service mood towards Guru, Vaishnavas, Harinam, Thakurji, Seva, Radha Krishna, like this. And he said himself that if we want to chant purely and constantly, then we must become Sevan Mukh. That this verse comes, Atashi Krishna Namadi Nabhavat Krayam Indriya Seva Mukhi Jivado Svayam Eva Sparatyado. So Krishna's name, form, qualities, and pastimes, as well as his dham and parikars, his associates, can never be perceived by an ordinary conditioned soul through his mundane mind and senses. However, the transcendental name, form, qualities, and pastimes of Krishna can be manifest towards that person who is Sevan Mukh. So he has such a deep desire to serve. And we saw this with Maharaj, that he would, without any hesitation, throughout his whole life, he was always eager to serve the Vaishnavas, to serve his Guru Maharaj, the disciples of Srila Bhakti Saraswati Thakur, Prabhupada, who is Gurudev's godbrothers. And he said, by this, then so much came to him, so much, he received their mercy. So he was teaching us actually how we can receive the mercy of Shri Guru and Vaishnavas simply by serving them, to understand what is their manobishtam, what is their innermost heart's desires, and to try to fulfill that, to try to go on in service to that. So he was saying that throughout his life, he had no attachment to material objects. He was completely a Kinchan, a Niskinchan Vaishnava, very simple. He wasn't attached to anyone or anything like Shripad Banmaj was also saying that from his childhood, he was so attached to Krishna and Krishna only. He wasn't attached to anything else. So this is another point, that if one is Sevan Mukh, that means has this deep service mood, then he will give up all Bogan Mukh, which means all objects of the senses, all sense enjoyment. And in this way, we could see that in his life, he was extremely renounced. He didn't have any material possessions. He didn't have any particular home. He was wandering. And even at the time when he was expelled from one mat, then he didn't care for this. He wasn't offended. He just simply, okay, I'm in this world, wherever Krishna provides for me, wherever. Really, he was just had this mood of wherever I'm given an opportunity to speak Harikatha, that place I will rest my head. This was his mood. And he very, very kindly came to us one Kartik in Gopinath Bhavan in Vrindavan, and he spent some weeks there with us and gave us such sweet nectarian Harikatha. And he gave us so many jewels during that time. So we were so fortunate that we could hear the nectar of all the pastime places that he was describing. Even some may not have been able to go there directly, but hearing that nectar, we felt that we were taken there directly. Like I think Shamarani Didi mentioned that in Chandigarh, when she spent some time during Kartik there with him, she felt that she was directly there in Vrindavan, in Braj, during this auspicious month of Kartik. So Srila Maharaj, he explained that from performing service to Guru and Vaishnavas, then then so much strength comes, so much spiritual strength, so much mood to go on serving comes, and also so much attachment to Harinam can come, taste in Harinam can come from this service. So Srila Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Goswami Maharaj, our Param Gurudev, he said that only through service of Shabda Brahma, that means pure Harinam Sankirtan, can the jiva be established in his pure swarup and become eternally devoted to Yugala Seva. So like this, Maharaj, he gave us this this desire to associate with Vaishnavas, like his good self, and hear this Harikatha. And in this association, like I think Shripad Tapasri Maharaj mentioned, that sometimes we look at him and think, oh, he's very simple, and he may be speaking so many simple things, he may be giving so many simple examples, like maybe like everyday examples, but in those examples there was so much depth to you know, how he was bringing light to the point he was making. He'd make one original point, and then from there he would go and explain one pastime, maybe from Srimad Bhagavatam or Chaitanya Charitamrita, and in that pastime he'd make so many other points, and then he'd make a point or give an example from his own life, and or maybe his childhood, or like he'd bring in so many different points, and you know, sometimes you become bewildered and think, oh, so is Maharaj speaking about the original point, or maybe is he answering my original question? But actually, in the end, you would see how it was like he was making a garland, and in that garland he was giving so many different variety of flowers, and he like a rose or a marigold or a lotus flower, and he was putting them all together, creating such a fragrance, and gathering together. Then at the end we think, oh wow, that's what he was talking about. You bring it back to the original point and it would all make sense. So Maharaj was so expert at this, because like this is another characteristic of an Uttama Adhikari Bhagavat Vaishnav, that he's realized in Shastra. So he said actually that we, exactly like our Gurudev would say over and over again, we may read Shastra, we may read Srimad Bhagavatam, Chaitanya Charitamrita, Bhagavad Gita, any of these scriptures ourselves on our own, but actually, unless we hear under the guidance of Sadguru and Vaishnavas, then we cannot penetrate the depths of the Siddhant, the conclusions therein. It's only the Mahabhagavad Vaishnavas that reveal that. So we were so fortunate to be in his association and hear all these deep topics and very amazing Siddhants, conclusions of Shastra that he would point out from his realization, from his service to Guru Vaishnavas and Shri Krishna, Radha Krishna, like this. So one point I wanted to end on is that he explained, actually, Shamarani did he mention this point, but I just wanted to also mention that how one can perform Dham Parikrama. Because, and one thing that I just remembered, that it was so nice how Maharaj would always be there in Navadvip, in Mayapur, and he'd be sitting, and all Vaishnavas would come and go to the mat, and I'd be thinking, oh, he's so kind and merciful. He's sitting and he's giving his darshan to each and every one who's coming, and he's so kind like this. But he had the mood that I think Shripad Siddhanti mentioned, that he had the mood that, oh, everyone is coming and I am able to get darshan of all the Vaishnavas, and I am so fortunate. In his humility, he was feeling like this. So this one point, he said that actually, how can we perform Dham Parikrama? We may externally go to all the Leela Stalis, and we may place our head in the dust there. But unless we're really imbibing the moods of that place, then how can we actually really take darshan of those places? And how can we imbibe the moods? How is it possible? He said that actually, Srila Narottam Das Thakur, he explained one time that in one bhajan, I think, that if we're visiting the Leela Stalis, we may be going place to place, but still no result is coming So this seems like, well, then why should we even go anywhere? What's the point? Well, and then it's said in Srimad Bhagavatam, of course, that Ambarish Maharaj, he would use all his mind and senses and everything in the service of Bhagavan. And he, by his legs, he would go to all the holy places and give so much great honor and respect there. So in this way, we're encouraged to follow in the footsteps of Ambarish Maharaj. So then how can we reconcile these two contradictory statements? On one hand, Srila Das Thakur is saying, what can you get from going? Because you think you're getting Sukriti? No, you maybe not even getting that. But on the other hand, Ambarish Maharaj was showing us the path that we should visit. So he explained, actually, what is the aim and object of performing parikrama? Why are we going to all these holy places? We're going, yes, because Radha and Krishna performed so many sweet pastimes there, or Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu performed so many sweet pastimes there. But actually, if we go on our own, then, like Shyamrani Didi mentioned, then we won't really imbibe the moods of those places and those Vaishnavas that are revealing the moods of those places. Then we won't be able to understand anything unless we go under their guidance. So he made one point that once during Brajmandal Parikrama in 1956, his Guru Maharaj was singing a Bengali kirtan, and I can't remember the kirtan. Oh, hey, Brajabasi Tarabalidao, like this. And very, very deeply, he was singing in very deep bhav, so much so that all who were hearing, they were completely touched, and they all started to cry. So tears were flowing from everyone's eyes there. And even though the bhajan was in Bengali, and there were most of the devotees there were from North India, so they couldn't understand Bengali. They were Hindi speaking. But still, one lady there, she was crying so much. And Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Mati asked her, oh, I see that you're crying, but yet, did you understand the meaning? You know, it was in Bengali. So she said, no, actually, I didn't understand the meaning at all. But somehow or another, just my heart melted and tears started to flow from my eyes, just spontaneously, naturally. So like this, that Maharaj was making the point that it's so important to go on Brajmandal Parikrama, Navadvip Dham Parikrama under the guidance of the Pranay Bhaktas, whose heart is imbued with that love and a deep attachment to Radha and Krishna, or to Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. And what they are speaking, their words are not ordinary. Even if we can't understand the language, then it could be in Hindi, it could be in Sanskrit, Bengali, any language we cannot understand. Still, it's imbued with such power, such potency, that it can touch even the hardest of hearts and make that heart melt. This is the incredible power and mercy of the Pranay Bhaktas. So Maharaj, he gave us so much, just being just being with him, wherever, was it in Chandigarh, Pune, or in Navadvip Dham, Delhi, Brajmandal, like this. Being in his presence, like Shripad Siddhanti Maharaj or Tapasi Maharaj mentioned, that it reminded us of being in the presence of Gurudev. And when Srila Gurudev left, we were feeling that so bereft, like, how can we even continue? We had this such great good fortune to be in the association of Mahamah Bhagavat Vaishnava, and it's giving so much, continually speaking Hari Katha, continuing encouraging and inspiring us in so many ways. And now he's departed. So how is it possible that we can continue? But Maharaj came and he completely reignited our enthusiasm and even our determination to continue on in this path. And he showed an example in his own life with his own principles and behavior. I think Shripad Siddhanti Maharaj, he gave a whole list of, Maharaj's mood, his expressions, his honesty, his truthfulness, his sincerity, and his principles. And when you read, then you just think, wow, even in millions of lifetimes, I couldn't even imagine coming close to that. So he gave so many good principles, and his behavior, how, like I said, he was thoroughly honest. He would never even dream of cheating anyone. We could trust him entirely. So anyhow, I think I've probably spoken a long time, so I don't want to take up too much of your time, but definitely we were extremely fortunate to get Maharaj's association. And there's one very, very last point I wanted to mention, that once he said that Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, he was ordered by Srila Gokishore Das Babaji Maharaj, never go to Calcutta, because why? This is the place of Kali Maharaj, full of hypocrisy and quarrel, and don't go there. So Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur, what did he do? The very first place that he went was Calcutta. He opened a preaching center there. And from there, he started, preaching all over India and West Bengal and Navadvip, and like this. So it seems that Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Prabhupada didn't follow the instruction of his Guru Maharaj, Srila Gokishore Das Babaji Maharaj, that he went to Calcutta, and he told him not to go to Calcutta. Did he disobey his order? No, he certainly didn't. He understood the innermost heart's desire of Srila Gokishore Das Babaji Maharaj, and he followed that. What did he understand? He understood that actually wherever a Vaishnav is, that place is Vrindavan. So being in Calcutta, where other Vaishnavs had gone, then it had also gone, then he was feeling that, yes, I'm directly with the Vaishnavs. And also why was he there? He was there to preach the mission of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu. So he was serving Hari, Guru, and Vaishnavas and Bhagavan. So in serving, then he's Srila Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Thakur said, I didn't touch Kali Dham at all. I didn't touch Calcutta. I'm always in touch with Vaikuntha Dham, the spiritual Dham. So Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Maharaj revealed this to us, that actually wherever Shri Guru and Vaishnavas are, that place is Vrindavan. And wherever we're able to get the opportunity to serve Guru and Vaishnavas, then, and Bhagavan, of course, that place is Vrindavan, if we're truly serving there. So I think I should finish there. I don't know how long I've been speaking for. I don't know. How long have I got? Chandrika Didi.
Well, I was going to. I saw that Sri Siddhanta Maharaj has come back on. So I don't know if you had anything else that you'd like to say, or we could ask Sri Siddhanta Maharaj if you would like to speak. I don't know if you would like to, but did you have I know you have many stories of Guru Maharaj.
Yeah, I think I don't want to speak too long. I could say one personal remembrance just to finish. When I came to Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj, just shortly after beloved Gurudev had left this world, then I was thinking actually that, you know, I would interact with Maharaj just like I would interact with Gurudev, sometimes laughing and joking and all these things. But actually Maharaj showed us that he was very individual, such an individual personality. And actually one similarity with Maharaj, like Shamrani Didi was saying, that sometimes he would ignore, you know. And I remember that one time when I was in Chandigarh, he was really ignoring me, like completely, like not looking at me, and you know, not speaking to me at all. Like it didn't matter how much I tried to go before him and show my face or speak or serve him. He didn't you know, externally reciprocate at all. And then I was feeling like I'd been there for maybe a week or something, and then I was thinking, oh, okay, anyway, Maharaj, maybe he doesn't want me to be around, maybe I should just go, you know. So then I was kind of internally, I was ready to leave, and then one day Maharaj, he would come and he would, every day he would do parikrama of Thakurji and Tulsi parikrama very lovingly. And then
You're stuck on the
and then this one day, after completely ignoring me for, you know, days and days, then I'd asked him a question about Tulsi Devi. And then he, as soon as he'd finished parikrama, he came up to me directly and came very close. And then he started answering this question about Tulsi Devi in such a deep way. And I was like standing there, I was in so much shock, because I thought, oh, you know, finally. And his mood was so sweet and loving, and I felt so bogus. I'd be thinking, oh, I should just leave his presence because he doesn't want me around, and he's ignoring me and like this. But then, you know, he revealed his love and his compassion because I was dying inside without having that interaction and reciprocation and like this. So the point is that Tapasri Maharaj mentioned that he was so loving and caring and personal also, and even if externally Vaishnava ignores us, then it doesn't mean anything. Like Shivani Didi was mentioning, she was feeling ignored, but no, that his love doesn't diminish if he's not externally speaking or reciprocating with us. It's there in the same way, and you know, we can feel it in the same way if we're on that level. Unfortunately, I wasn't on that level, so I'm still not. But he gave that teaching to me anyway. But there's many different things. I don't want to take too much time. Already taken too much time. Sorry. Anyway, please forgive me, and thank you for this opportunity to speak, and thank you for this opportunity to hear all these very glorious Vaishnavas who have spoken so nicely, and we're learning so much from, and I want to continue hearing more and more. So thank you. Vancha kalpadrubhyascha kripasindhubhyo patitanam pavanabhyo vaishnavebhyo namo namaha. Praying for Srila Bhakti Vigyam Bharati Maharaj's causeless mercy on this day, his divine appearance, and that even though I couldn't serve him so well when he was physically present, I hope that somehow throughout my life that I can serve him in some way that is pleasing, and by his blessings and mercy that I can develop pure bhakti one day. So.
Thank you so much, Chandrika Didi, for sharing with us some of your beautiful stories of Srila Maharaj. So now we have 45 minutes where we are until we will hear from Siddhanti Maharaj. I wasn't sure if Sripad Dandi Maharaj was going to join us, so I'm just going to look now. And also maybe Kishori Mohan Prabhu and Sudevi, but I think their program must be still going on. So maybe
it'd be nice to hear from you as well. You take you were speaking before, and then you got cut off because Sripad Siddhanti Maharaj, he came on that time.
Okay, I can I can only speak. Thank you for inspiring me to speak something. As most of you will know, I was very fortunate to take the Harinam from Srila Maharaj in 2017, and you know, like it is said, you know, Guru comes for you, and you can't really work out at all how this happens. You know, you think that you're going towards them, but actually they're coming towards you. And so the story was that I basically I took Harinam from him 17 days before he left our multi-vision. So I was extremely fortunate. And then I had two darshans with him. One was at my god sister Sarveshwari Didi's house in February 2017, and that darshan was very, very beautiful. He it's actually on YouTube. Everyone can view it. It's very, very beautiful darshan that we have there of him. And I remember that there was one point I'm like beyond fallen, so I don't know anything at all. I'm just trying, just running behind everybody else. And I just remember there was one point that Srila Maharaj, he put his hands up to the screen, both of his hands up to the screen, with his palms out, and you can see it on the video, and everyone just went, oh, everyone just gasped, and I was like, oh my god, what's happened? I was like, oh my god, what's happened? And then I found out afterwards that he gave us all his his great mercy, because apparently when the Mahabhagavat puts both their hands up, you're receiving this amazing mercy. And so that was a very beautiful experience, even though, like I say, so far I hadn't realized that, and I still haven't realized that the mercy that he is giving. And so this is why I wanted to this is why the inspiration came today to do this today for him, because I feel like I've not done anything at all for him. And so I thought, well, if I know that we're not the doers, so obviously this is his arrangement in some ways, for everybody to have the opportunity to speak his glories. And so I'm very grateful for everybody. I have because I only had 2 darshans of him through Skype. I never had any sort of personal interaction with him, so I don't have any sort of stories to sort of share in this way. But I do have some, if everybody will permit me, and everybody would be happy for me to read some of the Vyasapuja address from Srila Maharaj that was given in 2017 for his Abhibhav Tirthi in 2017. So would that be okay with everybody if I just read a little bit from there for a little while, because we've got till 5 o'clock. So maybe if I read a little bit, I don't know if anybody would like to sing a bhajan, or I can sing, I can offer Guru Puja as well. And we can also
maybe if anyone else on this Zoom program would like to speak. I see Shriman Prakasatma Prabhu he's a disciple of Srila Prabhupada. He's here. So if he maybe would like to speak, or anyone else. I can't see everyone who's here, but just if anyone would like to speak, you could just put in the chat, or even just speak out, and that would be very nice to hear from you.
Okay, so I'll keep an eye on the chat in case anybody comes forward. So should I just read for a little while from here? Is that okay? Okay. Vanchakapa Dhruvyascha, Kripa Sindhuvyecha, Patitanu Pavanebhi Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha. Vyasapuja 2017 address by Srila Maharaj. For the occasion of Srila Maharaj's Abhibhav Tirthi, Shayan Akadashi, a 2-day festival was organized at Sri Gopinath Gaudiya Mat, Puri. About 700 devotees attended the festival on both the days. One day prior to his Abhibhav Tirthi, Srila Maharaj arrived at Sri Gopinath Gaudiya Mat and stayed there for 3 days. During those 3 days, the essence of what Srila Maharaj spoke is as follows. So, entitled, Srila Guru Maharaj's Mercy on a Fallen Person Like Me. On the occasion of the Abhibhav Tirthi of this fallen person, so many Vaishnavas have come to bestow their blessings. I consider this as my greatest fortune. My physical state is impaired, so much so that I now am even capable of going for darshan, audience of Vaishnavas by myself. Yet, unable to restrain my greed to obtain the mercy of Vaishnavas, I have come here even in this state to be among you all. Earlier, I would walk with the help of a stick, later by putting my arm around the shoulder of a servant, but now what to speak of ascending the stairs. I can't even go from my bed to the bathroom by myself. 2 servants have to lift me up to take me around, regardless of where I go. In reality, instead of giving my introduction in my own words, let me introduce myself through the words of my Guru Varg, Srila Krishnadas Kaviraj Goswami, from Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Adilila 5:205-206. Jagai Matai Hoite Muni Se Papishta, Purishara Kita Hoite Muni Se Lagishta, Moranam Shune Yai Tara Punya Kashaya, Moranam Maya Yai Tara Papahaya, Emana Nikirna More Kepa Kripa Kare, Eka Nichananda Vina Jagat Vitare. I am more sinful than Jagaya Madhai, and even lower than the worms in the stool. Anyone who hears my name loses the results of his pious activities. Anyone who utters my name becomes sinful. Who in this world but Nityananda could show his mercy to such an abominable person as me? In the same way, who else can be more merciful as the Prakash Vigraha of that Sri Nityananda Prabhu? In other words, the non-different form of Sri Nityananda Prabhu. My Guru Padma, Sri Srimad Bhakti Dvaitva Madhava Goswami Maharaj, who during the initial days of my Mahabhas, to cut the hard knots in my heart, despite himself being most worshipable, as well as the object of my service, had made arrangements for so many facilities for a conditioned soul like myself. Replete with the compassion of a guardian, Vatsalya, Guru Maharaj nurtured me in every way, just like his offspring, by engaging me in various services. Being devoid of seeing faults in others, simply by focusing on my insignificant qualities, on that foundation, he inspired me to march forward on the path of devotion. Vidhasya Pashyati Guru Napi Nara Naparadam. In other words, by adhering to the policy of not seeing any faults of the servitor, Guru Maharaj did not fall short of compassionately awarding all kinds of services to an unqualified and unoffensive person like myself. And then one more story. I am praying for your blessings. Hence, despite taking an elevated seat, I, who got trained upon his, Guru Maharaj's teachings, and who considers his ideal as the topmost, am desirous of serving you all by receiving your blessings and fulfilling your innermost desire. Due to the limitation of physical capability, I will accept your blessings by sitting on a higher level. Therefore, I have firm faith that for me, who has forgotten Krishna, being Bahir Mukha, those who are trying to be happy by adjustment of this material energy, from beginning this time, and who am the lowest, constantly afflicted by the pangs of material miseries awarded by Maya, the illusory energy of Bhagavan, my Param Bandhav, bosom friends, Vaishnavas, who are a manifestation of Sri Nityananda Prabhu, and who remind one of Guru Vaishnava Bhagavan, will not deprive me of their blessings, seeing me seated higher. I specifically pray to them that they, being please bless me, that until the last moment of my life, life after life, I keep serving the devotees of Bhagavan. Let my heart not wander anywhere, even for one muhurta, approximately 1 hour and 36 minutes, aside from their service, because their service itself is topmost. All those who have become the servants of Prabhu, as well as those who will become in the future, by holding a straw between my teeth, in other words, realizing that I have simply passed my life like a witless beast, only for the sake of sense gratification, like eating and so on. You are all my deliverers, praying thus to Bhagavan. I offer my salutations into the feet of everyone. By meditating on these words, prostrating myself, I beg for everyone's mercy. And there's 2 more. I am even incapable of offering satsang or panchang pranam. Still, as per the words of this verse from the Srimad Bhagavatam, Kayena vacha manasandriya vabhudyatmana vanushtra svabhavat karoti jat yat sakalam parasme narayanyayati samapayatat. In accordance with the particular nature one has acquired in conditioned life, whatever one does with body, words, mind, senses, intelligence, or purified consciousness, one should offer to the Supreme, thinking, this is for the pleasure of Lord Narayan. Despite not being in the position to serve with my body, I am dedicating my mind, words, senses, intelligence, and chit, unconscious mind, to the goal of love for the Vaishnavas. On this tithi, despite my desire to serve the Vaishnavas, due to the lack of any place or manpower, I became infused with enthusiasm by the temple presidents, Sri Gopinath Das Babaji Maharaj and Sri Vamshivardhana Prabhu, of Sri Gopinath Gaudiya Mat and Sri Damodar Gaudiya Mat, situated nearby, respectively. Making both of them instruments, Guru Maharaj bestowed upon me the wonderful opportunity of Vaishnava Seva. Secondly, it is not that only when service is rendered in great quantity that it is considered as great service. For victory over Lanka, when the bridge was being built by Ram, just as the extensive service rendered by Hanuman and the other monkeys was noticed by Lord Ram, similarly the insignificant service rendered by a squirrel also successfully attracted the Lord's attention, although it went unnoticed by others. Therefore, service is a feeling of the heart and not an external exhibition. If service is rendered in exchange of something, then it is not considered service. In this assembly, there are many such devotees present who not only perform many services themselves, but also get many services done through the medium of many people who have neither interacted with me, nor have I interacted with them even once in my life. These devotees, despite externally appearing as my disciples, due to their service inclination, are performing the function of being my guru. Whosoever's name I could, or I could not recall, due to the weakening of retention power, I express my appreciation towards all of them, and I thank all of them. By body, mind, wealth, by bestowing enthusiasm, whosoever has helped me in any capacity, I befittingly offer my obeisances to everyone and worship their feet. So Srila Maharaj, all through his words, he's always showing such beautiful humility, like genuine humility. And I pray to him on this day that if he can bestow on me any of his qualities at all, then I will consider myself extremely fortunate. And I consider myself extremely fortunate that he gave such a person as me Harinam in any way. Okay, so is there anybody else who would like to speak something of Srila Maharaj? If not, maybe I will offer Guru Puja, or we can sing something or read some more. Anybody else would like to speak?
Is it anyone mentioned? No, I don't see a new message. What's that? Okay. No, it doesn't look like anyone's volunteering to speak. So Puja would be nice. Yeah. Thank you so much, Chandrika Didi. That was very, very beautiful.
Okay.
Maharaj's humility.
Okay. Can you? I think you can see I think you can see Maharaj here in the picture here. So you might not be able to see me, but I will sing Shri Guru Charana Padma. In this book, in the yellow book, I think everybody probably knows the page. I think it's Shri Guru Charana Padma. It's page 28 in the yellow book.
Actually, it's so easy to see his picture. Maybe you could just bring the camera in closer.
I can't think what I can.
Okay,
I can put it on. Sorry, I can bring his picture to you can see.
Yeah, that would be nice. Yeah. Okay.
You can see his picture.
Beautiful garland you made today.
Okay.
Actually, it was the inspiration of Chandrika Didi that this program has come together today, and very much thank her, and also Yamuna Didi and Ananga Mohan Prabhu. They've been very helpful in
Very helpful.
bringing everything together. So yeah, thank you, Didi.
Okay. Shamarina, Didi? Raised her hand. What does this? I don't. Oh, a little story. Yes, please share a story. That would be lovely. Shamarina, Didi, please come and share a story with us. That would be lovely.
Can you hear me?
Yes, yes,
Okay.
loud and clear. Thank you.
I'm trying to activate my camera, but oh, here we are. I think it's better like this. It's just a very quick anecdote, actually, a little story. I was in Gwalpara when my Gurudev Srila Bhakti Goswami Maharaj was performing his sort of final pastime, sickness pastimes. I think it was in 2013. And Srila Maharaj was just going out, and I just ran after him with another devotee. I just followed him out. And then he stopped and he asked our names, and then he just said something to me, and then he said something to her. And what he said to me was really simple. He said, everything that you do, because at the time I was doing a lot of welfare work. My job was a lot to do with sort of working with troubled kids, and I was working very hard. Long hours, and giving more than 100% of myself to my work, which was a vocation anyway. So he kind of said, you can do so many things, but unless you are grateful, then everything is zero. And it was for me that he was confirming a realization I had, that whatever I can do. So he confirmed. And then with her, he said the same. He was talking to her about not being her body. And then she said to me later on, it's so strange you should say that, because I've been working a lot on behaving and acting as if I'm not my body, really working on this aspect of my bhakti, of my life in devotional service. And then I told her that I had the realization that whatever I did, it was actually a grace. It was given to me as an opportunity, as a service. Whatever abilities I had, unless I was grateful, then I would become proud that I'm the doer or whatever. It could be like giving a good lecture or whatever it is. I can easily become proud unless I think that whatever ability is given to me, it's not mine, and therefore I'm using it as a service, as an opportunity. So by saying that to me, he was not just he was almost, my realization was that, as I felt, is that he was anchoring it even further, and giving the capacity or the ability to continue working on that aspect. So that's the only sort of personal interaction I had with him. So I thought of sharing that.
Yeah, this is the quality and characteristic of a Mahābhagavat Vaishnav, that he knows exactly, where you're at, what you're doing in your life, what you need to hear. Like you said, he confirmed your realization. So yeah, because they know everything. They're omniscient. Yeah, actually, you just reminded me, Shamarani Didi, that I forgot to mention that one time, I had this accident in Vrindavan while doing parikrama during Brajmandal parikrama Kartik Brat, and I was run over by a truck and I ended up in the hospital. And I was in the hospital and I was really feeling, you know, or how terrible that I'm missing Braj Mandal Parikrama. You know, this is my Kartik brat that Gurudev instilled so much in us, that every Kartik we would go under the guidance of Shri Guru and Vaishnavas to all these holy places. I was missing so much, and that's all I could think about. And then, you know, not having the association of Vaishnavas, I was just in so much pain. You know, externally may have been pain, but internally I was feeling this pain. And then out the blue, Srila Maharaj phoned me, and I was so happy. Like I just, as soon as he phoned me, I just like forgot everything that was going on, you know, that I was in the hospital at all, that I was suffering in any way. And, you know, just to hear his voice, his sweet voice, and it was so personal, he was so caring. And I remember he said at that time, he told that about his accident, that one time he was, you know, it was because of Maharaj that so many mats were built. You know, Bhakti Madhav Goswami Maharaj gave him that service, that he should be in charge of or the organization, the labor, everything. And so one time he was personally helping one laborer with cement, and I think someone mentioned this before anyhow, and I think the bag of cement or something fell on top of him, and he fell, and he hurt his back very badly, and he ended up in the hospital. And he was telling me this, and then he said, you know, I remember being in the hospital at that time, and I remember feeling so grateful. That's what reminded you said that. So grateful that that this happened and to be there, because it gave me an opportunity to read the whole Shri Chaitanya Charitamrita. So, and I was feeling, oh, you know, wow. Even though he's in the hospital, he's suffering this injury, and he's just completely absorbed in Shri Chaitanya Charitamrita, and here's me, I'm just, you know, here absorbed in my suffering. You know, so yeah, that Maharaj was you know, giving us this teaching that he's always so grateful for whatever happened in his life. You know, everything is an opportunity to serve more and more Guru, Vaishnavas, and Shri Bhagavan like this. So anyway, okay. Thank you, Shamarani Didi, for sharing that.
Yeah, it's a very sweet story. It's a nice lesson. Nice lesson for us all, wasn't it, actually? I remember dear Chandrakala Didi, I remember she was saying, I think maybe it was your Gurudev, Srila Bhakti Narayan Goswami Maharaj, saying that, you know, she said, you know, she was always, every morning when she would wake up, she would just always show gratitude first thing in the morning, because then that just had a really nice special thing for the rest of the day. Because obviously we always wake up in, you know, in a mode of ignorance, don't we? So to have like, she always remind herself to be grateful first thing in the morning, and then that would really help the rest of the day then. So, but yes, to be grateful for everything. You like that verse, you know, Tate Nukampam Samiksha. That's obviously, yeah, there are times when we forget that verse for sure. But if, you know, if we are reminded of that verse, you know, sort of like, you know, time and again, and that, you know, that sort of helps us to sort of, well, for me, helps me bring me down a peg or two. So that's and to you know, it's only by their mercy that we can understand anything and to realize anything. You know, by our spiritual master's mercy and the Vaishnava's mercy, that we can understand or realize anything. And that's, you know, that's you know, by their conduct, that's how we can, you know, that's, they show us through that as well, don't they? So
definitely.
yeah. Right.
So is there anyone else who wanted to offer their Pushpanjali here?
Gadadhar, yes, please, Prabhu, please will you come and speak? Gadadhar Prabhu.
Yes.
Hare Krishna.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna
Prabhu.
My name is Gadadhar Pandit. I was initiated by Srila Maharaj in 2016 in near Radhakund. I got the well, first off, Hom Gyana Timidandasya Gananjana Shlakaya Chakshurum Militam Jena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha. Jai Shri Krishna Chaitanya Kripai Vitaha Yamarja Rakshati Vaishnavanam Kabalam Madhava Preshta Kami Shri Bhakti-dam Bharatim Ashramaha. I'm going to be very quick. I just saw so many people speaking and was inspired just to say one thing, is that as a disciple or an aspiring disciple, it's my duty to say something. And really what I want to just say is that how appreciative I am for all the devotees who are speaking about Srila Maharaj, because without all of you, I would not even be here. I would be on a completely different path. So some time back, I had the fortune by Krishna's grace, by Guru's grace, to come from a place where I wasn't really practicing as much, and despite growing up in ISKCON, I wasn't practicing as much, and I got the grace to come to Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayana Maharaj's Sangha, and through that nourishment and whatever minor little sincere effort I made, Guru was so merciful that I was propelled forward, not by my own doing, to Guru Maharaj's feet. And like someone else has mentioned, it's not by our own physical efforts that we find ourselves there. And in my personal experience, it was through devotees like Kishori Mohan and Sudevi and Sajjan Maharaj, people who would have been serving Hari Guru and Vaishnava consistently. And it's through these devotees that someone like myself, who can't actually see the true glories, it's through people like these, like all of you, I find myself here and aspiring to continue on my path despite the difficulties of being in this material world. So I don't, unfortunately, I had some excuse me, I had some interactions with my Guru Maharaj physically and through Skype, but like I said, due to my lack of understanding and just, yeah, I don't have necessarily the capacity to properly say anything, but what I feel like I can do is show the appreciation for how Guru is so merciful, and how he nourishes the tree of bhakti for everyone, so that all devotees like you can nourish people like me. And then it's kind of this sequential thing that happens, that even though I may not see directly, all his glories that are unlimited, but through his devotees who are serving him, who actually are aware and present of his mercy and his radiance and everything that he is giving, through you guys, it's more assimilable for me. So anyways, I'm a little emotional, so please excuse me, but I just like to say thank you to you all, and for serving my Guru Maharaj and allowing me to hear all your beautiful stories. and I fall at your feet and allow and hope that I can follow in your guys' footsteps a little bit.
Un peu parce que c'était un peu collant là.
So,
Punjabi Hari Prabhu, please mute yourself.
Vancha kalpa trubhyasya kripa sindhuve vachapatitanam pavane vaishve namo namaha. Please, you know, I beg on this day for my Guru Maharaj, despite how much he's already given me and how merciful he's been, despite how fallen I am, to give me this opportunity to serve Hadi Guru and Vaishnav. I beg at his feet on this day that I can continue to practice and follow his teachings and you know, take the shelter of all the Vaishnavas that have served him correctly, and hope that one day I can also do the same thing. So please excuse me for my offenses, and Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, Gadada Pandit Prabhu. That was so sweet, and yeah, I'm so glad that you were able to offer your Pushpanjali to Maharaj today. And,
thank you also for Charu Chandrika Didi for also hosting this program. It was very sweet. Very nice of you to take on the service. So thank you.
It's Chandrika Didi's inspiration, and I'm just assisting her. So thank you so much, Gadada Prabhu. That was so, so sweet, and so nice to hear your Pushpanjali. Very, very sincere and heartfelt. So I'm sure Maharaj must be very, very pleased to hear that today, this day, and we're all pleased to hear. Thank you, Prabhu.
Okay. Very sweet, Prabhu. Thank you so much for sharing. It's been so nice to hear everybody's. This is another one of the reasons why I wanted to try and arrange this today, is because, you know, just for a personal thing as well as to try and do something to please Guru Maharaj, is by hearing everybody's Pushpanjali, it helps me to bring him closer to me by hearing his glories. So I am very grateful to everybody who's helped with today, and to Charu Chandrika Didi and to Jamuna Didi as well, for helping me, especially today, help me get myself together and to help facilitate this program today. I am very grateful to everybody who's helped so much, and to everybody who's spoken, and to everybody who has attended also. So we have 10 minutes before Srila Bhaktivedanta Siddhanta Maharaj is speaking. Will this be enough time to do Guru Puja?
Yeah. Make it within 10 minutes. Yeah.
Okay, so I will sing it, but I won't sing it twice. I'll just sing it once through.
Yeah, good idea.
Okay.
Jai Shishitu. Jai Shishitu Gauranga Gandharvaka Girai Shradhanobhya Harijuki Jai. Jai Amishpadastata Sadashishima Bhaktivedanta Naranga Swami Maharaj Ki Jai. Amishpadastata Sadashishima Bhakti Vigyam Bharati Swami Maharaj Ki Jai. Jiva Bunupuku Vaga Ki Jai. Anantakoti Krishna Vrinda Ki Jai. Sankata Bhakti Vrinda Ki Jai. Jinitai Gaur Premanandi Hari Hari.
Shri Guru Charana Padma Kevala Bhakati Satma Vandamu Visavadana Mati Jahara Prasadeva Hey Baba Toriya Jai Krishna Prati Hoy Jaha Hoy Guru Maka Padma Vajra Tamapati Chikrasadi Pure Sava Asha Chakshugana Diro Jai Jame Jame Prabhu Se Chakshugana Diro Jai Jame Jame Prabhu Se Divya Gyan Hide Prakashito Divya Gyan Hide Prakashito Prema Bhakti Jaha Hoiti Abhijo Vinashe Jati Prema Bhakti Jaha Hoiti Abhijo Vinashe Jati Devika Jahara Jarita Devika Jahara Jarita Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Vadamojanara Bandhu Shri Guru Karuna Sindhu Vadamojanara Bandhu Lokanat Lokera Jivana Lokanat Lokera Jivana Haha Prabhu Korodaya Dehamari Padachaya Haha Prabhu Korodaya Dehamari Padachaya Padayana Sharana Padayana Sharana Nityajas Kushu Tribhuvana Nityajas Kushu Tribhuvana Jaya Guru Deva 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 Guru Dev Jaya Jaya Guru Dev Jaya Jaya Guru Dev Guru Dev Jaya Jaya Guru Dev Nitya Guru Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitya Guru Hari Bol Nitya Guru Hari Bol Hari Bol Hari Bol Nitya Guru Hari Bol Jai Shri Maharaj Ki Jai Jai Shri Gurudev Ki Jai. Okay.
We still have another 5 minutes before Siddhanti Maharaj comes on. So I don't know.
Should we sing a song for the Vaishnavas?
Yeah, I think that would be nice. Yeah.
Okay.
Unless there's anyone who wants to speak in 5 minutes. Don't see anyone.
No, that's okay. Okay, would anybody else like to sing a Hey Vaishnav Thakur? Okay, I'll sing. Shall I sing it then? Okay. Oh Hey Vaishnava Thakur Dayara Sagara Ejasi Karuna Kori Diya Pada Jaya Shodo Hey Amare Tomara Charana Dori Jaya Begadami Jaya Dosha Shodi Jaya Guna Dehodase Jaya Sat Sangha Deho He Amare Bose Shri Sangera Ashi Ekaki Amara Nahi Paya Balo Harinama Sankirtane Tumi Kripa Kori Shraddha Bindu Diya Deho Krishna Namodane Krishna se tomara Krishna dite para tomara shakati raji Amita Kangala Krishna Krishna Vale Daitava Pachi Pachi O He Vaishnava Thakura Doyara Sagara Edasi Karuna Kuri O He Vaishnav Thakur, 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 Oh, hey Vaishnav Thakur, hey Vaishnav Thakur. It's quite interesting to note that this song was by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur. And I can't remember who said earlier, I think it was maybe Shamarani, did he? Forgive me for not remembering. Who said about Srila, that Srila Maharaj would be living by Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's words. He was very much he was always extolling the glories of Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's of his prayers and his words, and so it's very, very beautiful to hear that, because obviously his teachings, as well as his wonderful books, it's always nice to hear Srila Maharaj's teachings that he's given to other devotees in his association when they were with him. So it's really nice to hear that, to bring us closer to Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur's teachings also. Okay.
So 2 minutes and Shripad Siddhanti Maharaj will be with us, and I don't know if anyone else wants to speak.
So we've got 1 minute now, so I don't know if it's to see if Siddhanti Maharaj has come on.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Because I think Dandava
Pranam. So nice to see you. Perfect timing. So if you'd like to begin, that would be very, very nice to hear. Shripad Siddhanti Maharaj spoke earlier. He spoke so nicely. And I was wanting to hear, I'm sure we were all wanting to hear more and more and more. And now he's graced us with his presence again. He had so much association with Nityalila Vishnupada Sadashi Srimad Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj, and he has many memories, and he's had so much Hari Katha from him over the years. So Maharaj, thank you.
Can you all hear me, please?
Yes, perfectly.
Yes, Maharaj.
Om Agyanatimirandasya Gyananjan Shalakaya Chakshurumlitam Yena Tasmai Shri Guruve Namaha Guruve Gaurichandraya Radhikaya Sadalaye Krishnaya Krishna Bhaktaya Tadbhaktaya Namo Namaha Vanchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Cha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnebhyo Namo Namah Samsara Dukha Jaladasya Patitasya Kamaha Krodadinakramakra Kavli Kritasya Durvasnasya Nigritasya Nirashayasya Chaitanya Chandra Mama Dehi Padavalam Chaitanya Chandra Mama Dehi Padavalam Mahabodhe Sthire Kanakaruchira Nila Shikhare Vasana Prasadanta Sahaj Balabhadre Subhadra Madhyasta Sakala Sura Seva Vasarado Jagannatha Swami Nayan Patagami Bhavatume Shri Jagannatha Swami Nayan Patagami Bhavatume Radha Chinta Niveshinam Yasya Kanti Vilopitaha Shri Krishna Charanam Vande Radha Lingitam Vigraham Bhaktya Vihinaya Parada Lakshay Shiktasya Kamadhitaranga Madhe Kripamayi Tam Sharanam Prapanna Vrinde Namaste Charanarvindam Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhar Shiva Sadi Gaur Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram 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 Hare Hare. My obeisances, the lotus feet of my Guru Maharaj, Nitya Lila Pravish Om Vishnu Pada Stotashad Shri Srimad Bhakti Pramod Puri Goswami Maharaj. Similarly to my Shiksha Gurudevs, Nitya Lila Pravish Om Vishnu Pada Stotashad Shri Srimad Bhakti Vedant Narayan Goswami Maharaj, and whose holy appearance day we all celebrating around the globe, Shri Srimad Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj, to Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada and all his prominent associates, Shri Srimad Bhakti Rakshar Sridhar Goswami Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Daita Madhav Goswami Maharaj, Shri Srimad Bhakti Pragyan Keshav Goswami Maharaj, to Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, to all his associates, to Shri Shri Radha Vinod Bihari, to all devotees who are on the Zoom meeting, my humble obeisances to all of you. We all celebrating Srila Maharaj appearance day on this special day, Shayan Ekadashi. And since morning I'm hearing so many devotees, they glorified Srila Maharaj. And in the words of Srila Maharaj, that's the best way of performing Vyasa Puja. Hearing and speaking the glories of the Acharyas, which is only our aim and object of our life. Only and only aim and object of our life, to serve Acharyas, to hear their glorifications. Because we feel more inspired to hear the glories of Acharyas, and we feel connectivity with them. Srila Gurudev, Shri Srimad Bhakti Vedant Narayan Goswami Maharaj, his appearance day is on Mauni Amavasya. Maun means vow of silence. According to Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada, the meaning of vow of silence is vachal, one who is constantly speaking the glories of name, form, qualities and pastimes, and the glories of associates of Lord, is actually a bona fide meaning of the word monam. But on Mauni Amavasya, best amongst all the Vaishnavas, Vaishnav Nam Yatha Shambhu, Shri Mahadev, he became Maunam. One who is always glorifying the Lord, always glorifying Krishna, Shiva became Maun for some reason. But Srila Gurudev manifested in this world on that particular day, Vachal, explaining the ideal meaning of the word Maunam, was always speaking the glories of Krishna. Similarly, Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj, his appearance is on Shayan Ekadashi, where Lord Vishnu, he goes to sleep. His sleeping means also a kind of mono, silence. His sleeping also means silence. And on this day, one of the very near and dear associate of Bhagavan, the associate of Sri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu, Shri Srimad Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj, a gift to the entire world. And he also shown the example of, ideal example of being monam. Because those who have associated with Srila Maharaj, we all know what kind of personality Srila Maharaj was. One who was always vachal, speaking. From morning till night, he was very fond of speaking. He just need 1 or 2 person in his room and he was keep on speaking. Even connecting the ordinary, some news from this material world. Srila Maharaj used to connect this with, with the pastimes of Krishna, pastimes of Mahaprabhu, and some lessons derived from those instructions. Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Gosai Maharaj Ji, he used to say, example of his Guru Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Daita Madhav Gosai Maharaj, and also he quote Srila Bhakti Raksha Sridhar Gosai Maharaj, and of course my Guru Maharaj, saying that he has never seen in his life those acharyas ever kept quiet, even in their sickness pastimes. Especially Srila Maharaj gave example of Srila Bhakti Raksha Sridhar Gosai Maharaj in his final pastimes in this material world. His servants used to stop him. That Gurudev, the doctor told not to speak so much. And Srila Bhakti Raksha Sridhar Gosai Maharaj chastising his sevakas, saying, "We are Saraswati Putras. We are Saraswati Putras." Putra means son. That means we are son of Saraswati. Saraswati Thakur. We have never learned in our life to be quiet. We live with Hari Katha and we will leave our body speaking Hari Katha. So we have all seen the video, the final lesson. One of our acharyas, Shri Srimad Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, also, he's lying on bed and is giving commentaries on Srimad Bhagavatam. And all acharyas, our Gurudev also. And all of us, we have seen Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Gosai Maharaj Ji, always and always speaking Harikatha, non-stop Harikatha, starting from morning Mangal Aarti. He used to take few minutes rest, and if a sevak is bringing some water or something inside, Srila Maharaj start speaking Harikatha. And so sharp memory that what happened 50 years back. 50 years back, he used to say, I was in one taxi. The driver name was so and so. He had 3 children, and even remember the names of those children. Even the name of the neighbor of that taxi driver. So many details. Once upon a time, when we got initiated, me and my godbrother Madhapriya Prabhu, we heard from devotees in our mutt, Shri Gopinath Gaudiya Mutt, that Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Maharaj, he served our Guru Maharaj in so many ways throughout his life. That was year 1996, 97, I think. So we came to know, we were very curious to know who is Srila Bharati Maharaj. So we heard that he stays in Shri Chaitanya Gaudiya Mutt in Jagannath Puri. He spent most of the time there. So we went there, we asked devotees, and they showed us that room. He's there. First time we saw Srila Maharaj, we paid obeisances to him. We said, Maharaj, we came to know from our senior God brothers, you served our Guru Maharaj in so many ways. So just we want to know from you the glories of our Guru Maharaj. Srila Maharaj was so happy to hear this. And then he started speaking. And that was endless talk. non-stop. So and so that we were falling asleep. But Srila Maharaj was continuing like he has hundred of mouths, describing and glorifying Guru Maharaj, his contributions to this world, and also glorification of his Guru Maharaj, and sweet relationship, being God brothers together, staying so long, so many years together and serve their Guru Maharaj. From there, the relationship developed. Then once upon a time, Srila Maharaj, he also used to come to Vrindavan, Shri Chaitanya Gaudiya Math, and we both were in Shri Keshavji Gaudiya Math in Mathura. And we used to go and visit Srila Maharaj and hearing his Harikatha. And that was after lunch prasadam, around 1:30, 2 o'clock. So as brahmachari, as all brahmacharis, we used to keep a chadar on our shoulder, that upper cloth. So it was very hot. When we were sitting in his room, because it was hot, I kept my chadar on the ground and hearing his Harikatha. First of all, when we arrived in the room, Maharaj offered a seat to us. Sit on the seat, on the chair. We said, no, Maharaj, we can't sit on the chair. And he said, why not? We are God brothers. And we were looking at each other, what Maharaj is saying. He said, no, Maharaj, we are just like your disciples. We are not God brothers. He got so pleased to hear this. When we sat on the ground paying obeisances to him. And immediately Maharaj started speaking his Harikatha just by this. He said, yes, this is what we have learned in our life. He said, I never dared ever sit on the same level as our Guru Vargas. So he started speaking Harikatha, and that was hours and hours and hours. Then Maharaj, he wanted to go to restroom, and he stepped on my the chadar. And then he noticed that, oh, what I did. Srila Maharaj, he paid obeisances to that cloth on which he stepped on. And we were saying, Maharaj, what are you doing? Srila Maharaj used to give a lesson here. He said, the cloths of Vaishnavas, the shoes of Vaishnavas, the utensils of the Vaishnavas have to be equally honored and respected as Vaishnavas. He said, I have learned from my Guru Maharaj, we have two Ishta, two worshipable, Vishnu and Vaishnavas. He said, my Guru Maharaj used to say, our life is meant to serve Vishnu, means Krishna, and Vaishnavas. And if a choice has been given to us, to whom we have to choose, he said, my Guru Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Madhav Goswami Maharaj said, he will rather choose service of Vaishnavas. And I serve my Guru Maharaj, he said, I serve my Guru Maharaj and associate with him very deeply, very closely. So for me also, serving Vaishnavas is more important than serving Krishna. This is our ideal. This is what I have learned, and this I always want to follow throughout my life. Srila Maharaj, words are full of gravity, as I was explaining this morning. Words with full of gravity and very subtle. He said, we have never learned in our life to speak something on gross level. We never ever learned in our life to speak on something grossly, because we never associate with those who are on the immature, gross level. Srila Maharaj said, I have throughout my life, associate with those who are very subtle in their dealings, very mature. So I adopted their and I've imbibed their moods in my life. Therefore, he himself used to claim, I never speak anything which is light. I never. And we also, according to our limited understanding, with full of anarthas. Srila Maharaj's speech was full of gravity and full of siddhanta and tattvas. Even when he is speaking some ras vichar, that ras vichar is also full of siddhanta. This was, I saw how much humble the Acharya of Sri Chaitanya Gaudiya Math, Nityalila Pravesh Sri Srimad Bhakti Vallabh Tirtha Gosai Maharaj. Once upon a time, I was in Chandigarh Math, Sri Chaitanya Gaudiya Math. Srila Bhakti Vallabh Tirtha Gosai Maharaj, who's Acharya of that Math, he has to go out. He had some work, he wanted to go out for something. He came in Srila Maharaj's room and he wanted to leave. He paid full flight obeisance to Srila Maharaj. We were surprised to see this.
What?
And Srila Maharaj also, immediately he got up from his bed and he paid obeisances, not lying full-fledged because he has some problem with his knees, and he paid also obeisances too. And Srila Bhakti Vallabh Tirtha Gosai Maharaj humbly said, so I'm going out for some medical, some checkup with doctor. I'll see you later. Just greeting you, paying obeisances to you so that everything should go well with me. We were shocked to see the dealings between two pure devotees. The Acharya of a Math paying obeisances to Srila Maharaj. Srila Bhakti Vallabh Tirtha Gosai Maharaj used to say, all of his disciples knows this, that whatever he have heard from his Guru Maharaj, he only used to repeat that, nothing adding or subtracting anything from his side. Exactly as it is. And if some disciples coming up with some questions to Srila Bhakti Vallabh Tirtha Gosai Maharaj, he very humbly used to say, I don't know the answer for this, or I've never heard from Guru Maharaj. Go to Bharati Maharaj. He can give you appropriate answer. So he was sending his disciples to Srila Maharaj for reconciliation if there is anything written in books or in any of his speech. Always used to send his disciples to him. And Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Gosai Maharaj used to nourish all disciples with his shiksha. Srila Maharaj said, I never used to ask anyone who's coming into my class, which mutt you belong to and whose disciple are you? He said that's not my principle. Devotee means devotee. We all are under one umbrella. We are in one family, one kutumba. I am here to nourish everyone. Whoever wants to hear Hari Katha, who are sincere in hearing Hari Katha, I am always there to speak Hari Katha. This kind of profile, Maharaj, never any partiality or discrimination of whose disciple is from ISKCON or any Gaudiya Math, doesn't matter. Because serving Vaishnavas is only my life. Maharaj used to say this. I did said this morning, I would like to repeat again because many more devotees joined, that today is Srila Maharaj appearance day, and we saw Srila Maharaj. I was with him a couple of occasions on his appearance day, but I recall one memory that when I was with him in Chandigarh Mutt on Shain Ekadashi, they start their Chaturmasya on this day. And our Guru Maharaj, he used to start on Purnima. So they follow this standard, following Chaturmasya from this day on. So many devotees came, disciples of Srila Bhakti Tirtha Goswami Maharaj and many others, to celebrate Srila Maharaj appearance day. Maharaj, we brought him to a very nice decorated seat. We did Arati, and so many devotees, starting from sannyasis, brahmacharis, grahasthas, vanprasthas, they're offering their pushpanjali, flowers at his lotus feet, garlands, bringing cloths, giving donations to him, and he was happily accepting from all of them, happily accepting from all of them. And this ceremony took so many hours because there are hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of devotees. After this was over, when mic was given to Srila Maharaj said, don't think I'm a fool sitting here to accept all of your offerings on my appearance day. I'm taking this as my appearance day not because I took birth on this day. That's a secondary. But my initiation also happened on this day. My Guru Maharaj blessed me with Harinam Diksha on this day. That's why I take this from that perspective. This is my appearance day. Maharaj gave a lesson. Our appearance day is not that when we got birth, but the day when we got initiation from our Guru Maharaj. Sakale Janma Mata Pita Pai. In each and every life, we get parents. But it's very rare opportunity to get blessings from Guru Maharaj, from spiritual master. When he gives Diksha, he's giving us life, that's spiritual birth. Srila Maharaj said, my Guru Maharaj blessed me on this day, that's why I remember this day. This is appearance day. And you all are here. You're worshipping me, you're giving so many gifts to me. I'm not fool that I'm here to accept all your worships and your gifts. I'm not that fool. I'm here to accept all these offerings, in a mood to serve all of you. Because in spiritual life, in spiritual world, giving is service and accepting is also service. Not only giving is service, but accepting is also service. Looks like disciples serve Gurudev, but in real sense, it's Guru who serve disciples. At homes, it's parents who serve the children, not the children serving parents. Shri Guru, he gives Diksha mantra, he gives qualification and nurture disciple with his realization, infusing his potency. That's the service of Guru to disciple. But it appears, it looks like disciple serving Guru. But in higher sense, from spiritual perspective, Srila Maharaj said, I accepted all of this because I want to serve all of you. You all came here to bless me on this day so that I can perform my sadhan bhajan sincerely and I can serve my Guru Pad Padma sincerely throughout my life. I'm glad to see all so many Vaishnava and Vaishnavis here. You all are blessing me. When you're putting garland on me, that means you're giving blessings to me. Everyone was moved to hear these words of Srila Maharaj. What a refined definition of service. Acceptance is service. I'm not following the sequence. Please forgive me for that. But whatever is coming into my memory. Srila Maharaj gave so much to this world and to us. In the form of his Harikatha, his very deep thoughts on those vichar of Gaudiya Siddhanta, which he mentioned and compiled in his books, My Beloved Masters and Volcanic Energy. Those books are so enlightening, giving us so much energy, giving us so much strength to follow the standard. And very high standards is mentioned in those books. Srila Maharaj gave account that once upon a time when he was taking bath in a river, he came out and he was wiping his body with gamcha. And when Mataji came and she wanted to offer some gifts to Srila Maharaj, Srila Maharaj said, I refused that. Because he said, I heard from my Guru Maharaj never to accept anything from any ordinary person that gives reaction. He said, I refused that, Mataji, but my Guru Maharaj was seeing this, means Srila Bhakti Daita Madhav Goswami Maharaj. He saw this and he indicated to me, accept what she is giving, accept this. Srila Maharaj, receiving order from his Guru Maharaj, immediately accepted those ingredients, those things from Mataji, and she paid obeisances and she left. But then later, Srila Maharaj said, I asked my Guru Maharaj, you're always telling us not to take anything from any ordinary person. This Mataji was not devotee, but you told me to accept. Guru Maharaj, I'm not able to understand your mood. Srila Bhakti Daita Madhav Goswami Maharaj said, by accepting what she wants to offer to you, we are serving her mood of service. She has a desire to give something to sadhu. This is her serving mood. We are serving her serving mood so that she can learn and she can get nourished with this mood that we always supposed to give something to sadhus. Then Srila Maharaj said, then I realized acceptance is also called service. One other sweet memory with Srila Maharaj. The last day of Kartik, Utthan Ekadashi, is appearance day of his Guru Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Daita Madhav Goswami Maharaj. On that day, big celebration in Sri Chaitanya Gaudiya Math, Vrindavan, inviting so many devotees. And Srila Maharaj, because he was senior most amongst all his god brothers, he used to personally come to each and every sannyasi and brahmachari and even grastas, offering them cloths, chandan, sandalwood paste on the forehead, and donation. These three things. Sandalwood on forehead, garland, cloths, and donation. 4 things. Because Srila Bhakti Daita Madhav Goswami Maharaj also used to do this. Srila Maharaj said, we learned this from our Guru Maharaj, how to respect Vaishnavas. No compromise of any kind in serving Vaishnavas. No compromise. Even if we have scarcity of money, we can use that money to build buildings or many other projects to complete, but keep aside all others and give priority to serve Vaishnavas. Because me and my Madhapiya and Godbrother Madhapiya Prabhu, we were with Srila Gurudev, he was also present in Shri Gopinath Bhavan because this was Kartik time. So we were busy with Srila Gurudev in his room for something, I forgot that. But we were not able to attend the morning session of that festival, the glorification of Srila Bhaktivedanta Madhav Goswami Maharaj. So many Vaishnavas speaking his glories, but we were not present in that occasion. So we came late evening to see Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj. When we went in his room, when we entered in his room, Maharaj immediately stood up. He said, I was just waiting. And I kept these two sets of cloths for both of you. I'm just not showing off. Please don't take it otherwise. But that was the nature of Srila Maharaj. What to speak of brahmachari, sannyasi, grastas, even pandas of Sri Jagannath Puri, the pandas of Sri Vrindavan. Srila Maharaj was so sharp and expert. He knew which panda like what kind of cloths and what kind of gamchas. There are some Vrindavan pandas, and the pandas from Gokul, Mahavan, they used to like gamchas from Assam. And when Maharaj used to travel, he's not straight away traveling from that territory, Assam, coming to that's like, you know, northeast of India, and he's coming to Vrindavan. He used to have big suitcase, and he knew that if I'm going Vrindavan, these pandas will come, and how I have to serve them. So he's carrying all the way those gamchas for those pandas, because they are Brahmins of Vrindavan. And obeying the order of Sri Raghunath Das Goswami, saying in Manashiksha, what is that first verse? Guru Goshte Goshaleshu Sujunu Bhusuru Gane. Giving respect to the Brahmins of Dham. Maharaj was keeping on his head. Not coming directly. He has to go through so many other cities and coming finally to Vrindavan, but he's keeping in mind those pandas, those priests of Vrindavan, that they like that particular gamcha and I have to bring that for them. So much service mood of serving those pandas. And service mood of serving pandas of Sri Jagannath Puri Dham. Maharaj knew they like rasgullas, they like sweets. So he used to invite pandas and make sure everyone should get whatever they like. He was so particular about this service mood. That was something unique in his life. So when we both arrived in his room, Maharaj stood up and said, I was waiting. And he gave chandan on forehead. He put garland on both of us. And then he gave cloths, dhoti, donation. And Maharaj paid obeisances to me. Imagine. And I was in tears. Maharaji, what are you doing? Because we didn't expect it, he will do this. We thought he will just give this cloths and that's it. Maharaj paid obeisances and I paid flat obeisances to Maharaj. Said, Maharaj, what are you doing? He said, no, we learned this from our Guru Maharaj. My Guru Maharaj used to do this. Vaishnavas are our worshipable. If I don't do this, I'll be at fault. Because today is my Guru Maharaj appearance day. I'm celebrating this, observing this by serving Vaishnavas. So we didn't expect it, Maharaj will do this. When he did Dandavas to me, and then he was about to do to Madhapriya Prabhu, Madhapriya Prabhu said, if you do this to me, I'm not accepting those cloths and donation from you. Try to understand the dealing here. Madhapriya Prabhu said, if you do this to me as you did, then I'm not ready. I'm not accepting those cloths and donation from you. And immediately Maharaj said, okay, then I will not do Dandavas to you. But try to understand the mood behind this. Pleasing Vaishnavas is only my life. If Vaishnavas are not pleased, If I'm paying obeisance to him, if he's not happy with this, then I won't pay obeisance to him. If he's not happy, because my purpose is only to make them happy. But he started, he paid obeisances immediately without even notice. So we didn't expected this. So we got little, shaken. What he's doing? We never seen anywhere else this kind of humbleness and humility. So humble. Stepping on my cloth, paying obeisances to the cloth. He wants to give me a lesson. Acharya is always giving a lesson. This is the mantra they are giving to us. Never step on any shoe of a Vaishnava. Never step on any cloth of the Vaishnava, to speak of step on the body of a Vaishnava, or even touch the body of Vaishnava with one feet. It's very offensive. Maharaj is acting as Acharya Shiksha Guru, teaching with his own example. And how we should observe appearance and disappearance of our Guru Pad Padma. Maharaj is showing this one example. He's not supposed to do this, but he did this, showing us this example. So much humility. Once upon a time, there was a brahmachari in my center, Shri Radha Madhav Gaudiya Math, Faridabad. Maharaj was inside his room, and prior to Hari Katha, we used to sing 1 hour bhajans. When Srila Maharaj came, sat on his seat, brahmachari, he sang this bhajan. Shirupa Manjari Pada, Sei Mora Sampada. Everyone liked this bhajan. Na? Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada, when he was performing his final pastimes, he asked devotees to sing this bhajan. I want to hear this. Then Srila Bhakti Rakshashida Gosai Maharaj, he sang for him. So when this brahmachari was singing this, Maharaj was smilingly hearing this bhajan. He was relishing this. But immediately then, after bhajan was over, Maharaj said, do you understand the meaning of this bhajan? What is the translation? I'm not asking about the translation. What is the gravity of this bhajan? And we were just looking at his face, what he's about to say. Srila Maharaj gave his realization on this. Narottam Thakur singing this bhajan, expressing the gravity of the Asya Vigraha over Vishwa Vigraha. Srila Maharaj said, this is our Gaudiya Vaishnava philosophy. Predominance of Asya Vigraha, subject of worship, over object of worship. We are Gaudiyas. Our aim and object is to attain Palyadasi mood, the Kinkari mood, to become the maid servant of Radharani. The predominance of Radharani over Krishna, that's Gaudiya philosophy. In this bhajan, Shri Rupa Manjari Pada, Shri Narottam Thakur is glorifying Ashray Tattva, Shri Rupa Manjari. Ashray Tattva. Because he's singing Shri Rupa Manjari Pada, Sei Mora Sampada, Sei More Bhajana Pujan. The lotus feet of Shri Rupa Manjari is only my bhajan and only my object of worship, whereas it's supposed to be Krishna. Sei Vrata, Sei Tapa, Sei Mora Mantra Japa. Sei Vrata. Do we fast on Shakti Tattva? No, we only fast on Vishnu Tattva. But Shri Narottam Thakur is saying, Sei Vrata, her divine, Shri Rupa Goswami's, Shri Rupa Manjari's divine lotus feet is only my Vrata. Sei Tapa is only object of my tapasya. Sei Mora Mantra Japa. I only want to chant the mantra of Shri Rupa Manjari. We chant Gaur mantra, we chant Vishnu Krishna mantra. Narottam Thakur saying, Shri Rupa Manjari mantra is only my mantra. Sei Mora Vedara Dharam. Anukula habe vidhi sei pade hoy besiddhi. Oh, when I'll get perfection. Perfection where? At the lotus feet of Shri Rupa Manjari. That's only my perfection. Shri Narottam Thakur following the footsteps of all Rupanuga Guru Vargas. Shri Raghunath Das Goswami, Shri Jiv Goswami. The priority is the lotus feet of Shri Rupa Manjari. And Shri Narottam Thakur also wrote in that bhajan, Kabe Loknath Sange Laya Jabe, Shri Rupa Pad Padme Mor Samarpive. When my Gurudev, my Guru Pad Padma, Shri Loknath Goswami will take my hand in his hands and offer me at the lotus feet of Shri Rupa Manjari. Maharaja said, in this bhajan of Shri Narottam Thakur, he breathed the Gaudiya Vaishnava philosophy. Just like Param Gurudev, he manifested Radha Vinod Bihari Ashtakam. Radha Chinta Niveshinam Yasya Kanti Vilopita Shri Krishna Charanam Vande Radha Lingitam Vigraham. Krishna lost his bluish complexion by constantly remembering Radharani. The name of Radharani, the form of Radharani, the qualities of Radharani, the pastimes of Radharani. Krishna lost his complexion. So Ashray Vigraha is more important. Srila Bhakti Thakur also wrote, Shri Krishna Virahe Radhikara Dasha Amito Sahite Nari. I cannot tolerate, I cannot bear how my Radharani is feeling separation from Krishna. I cannot tolerate this. That's our philosophy. As Srimad Bhagavatam says. In the Ras Leela, Sacha mene taratmanam varishtam sarv yoshitam hetu gopi kaman aso bhajati priya tattva gatva vanam desham dhritrum kesham abravet na pareham chalitam naim mam yatra te manaha evam uktam priya ahas kand oraite etim tatascha antardhay Krishna savadu anvataptai. In short, excuse me. In short, this verse from Ras Leela said, Radharani said, Krishna, I cannot walk further. And Krishna said, come and sit on my shoulders. And then Krishna disappeared from Ras Leela. And Radharani started weeping and weeping, praying, Hanath Raman Preshta Kwasi Kwasi Mahabhuja Dasyaste Karpanye Me Sakhe Darshanam Sanidhim. Oh my beloved Krishna, where are you? Where are you? I am your maid servant. Please extend your darshan to me. Oh long arm ones, where are you? But by hearing this word, Srila Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Prabhupada was not happy. Because Radharani is feeling separation from Krishna. Whereas in Geet Govinda by Jayadev Goswami, he's saying, Itas tatad anusmritya anangavan khin manasa kritanu tapi sakalam dinandani tatanta kunje vishad madhava. When Radharani leaves Ras Leela in Vasant Ras, when Radharani leaves Ras Leela, then Madhav means Krishna. At Imlitala, next to our Gopinath Bhavan in Vrindavan, in separation from Radharani, He's in Vishad, he's in separation and crying and weeping, calling out Radhe, Radhe, Radhe. And he lost his complexion and got golden complexion Radha. So Ashya Vigraha is important than Vishay Vigraha. In the same sequence, our Srila Gurudev also. He established Shri Vrinda Devi in Shirup Snatan Gaudiya Math, along with Mahaprabhu and Radha Vinod Bihari. Jamuna Maharani at Durvasa Gaudiya Math, and Shri Giriraj in Shri Girdhari Gaudiya Math. Why? We can't and we don't want to serve Krishna without the shelter of Ashya Vigraha. So just by this one bhajan, Shri Rupa Manjari Pada, Srila Maharaj gives so many details of the predominance of Ashya Vigraha, and that's Radharani. Then Srila Maharaj also used to say this example of the pastime happened at Govardhan at Pethagram, where Krishna, he assumed 4 hand forms, Chaturbhuj Narayan form. When he disappeared from Ras Leela, then all the gopis running in search for Krishna, and they saw Narayan and they paid obeisances to Narayan, even though he was Krishna. The gopis paid obeisances to Narayan and they left. But when Radharani came, Krishna not able to hold his forearm form. He was trying to play a trick. But just by seeing Radharani, he melted and his 2 hands, 2 arms disappeared. He assumed his Krishna form, Murlivadan Krishna form. So we all hear this when we go Brajmandal Parikrama. But Srila Maharaj added such important point in this. You see, this is called subtle vision and going deep into the philosophy. Srila Maharaj gave this point that those gopis who were following Radharani, they were fortunately they saw Krishna with 2 arms playing flute. But those who were ahead of Radharani, they only saw Krishna 4-arm form. That means following the footsteps of Radharani, following the footsteps of Ashray Tattva, Ashray Vigraha. If someone really want to see Krishna or to adore the beauty of Krishna or want to develop the desire to serve Krishna, everyone is supposed to follow the footsteps of Radharani. So those who do this, Gaudiya Vaishnavas, those who do this, they can fully can get the proximity of Krishna and get the service of Krishna under the guidance of Radharani. That's Radha Dasyam. Srila Maharaj gave such a wonderful point. Also, from Sri Chaitanya Charitamrita, Srila Maharaj said, at the time of Rath Yatra, today is return Rath. At the time of Rath Yatra, Shri Advaitacharya Prabhu dancing and singing in front of chariot, along with Mahaprabhu and Shri Nityam Prabhu and all associates. But Shri Advaitacharya Prabhu, he wanted to do, he did Shri Jagannath Parikrama. When Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu dancing in front of chariot, the chariot moving so smoothly. Mahaprabhu is happy to see Jagannath, Jagannath is happy to see Mahaprabhu. And they both are crying to see each other. So much reciprocation of those transcendental ecstasies and moods between Jagannath and Mahaprabhu. But moment Mahaprabhu goes back behind the Rath to play, to see how Jagannath react on this, how Krishna is going to react on this, the chariot does not move. Chariot is not moving because Krishna cannot see Radharani, means Krishna, Jagannath cannot see Mahaprabhu. Mahaprabhu means Krishna who is in the mood of Radharani. The chariot is not moving. So when Shri Advaitacharya Prabhu While all Mahaprabhu and all associates dancing, Advaitacharya Prabhu going behind the chariot, the Rath is not moving anymore. The chariot not moving anymore. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry. That's Mahaprabhu. But when Shri Advaitacharya Prabhu doing parikrama and he complete that parikrama, Mahaprabhu used to say, Advaita, you lost, you defeated, you lost. And no one was understanding what Mahaprabhu meant, you lost and you got defeated. Mahaprabhu said, seeing Krishna, how can one take their eyes away from Krishna? Advaita, you performing parikrama, and the moment you went back behind the chariot, not able to see Krishna, you lost that vision of Krishna. Mahaprabhu is saying in the mood of Radharani. Because when Radharani is seeing Krishna, her eyes get stuck to just see one limb of Krishna. Therefore she say, I never saw Krishna in my life. I never saw complete Krishna in my life. If I see one eye of Krishna, my eyes get stuck there. So I'm not able to see the other eye. If I see one hand of Krishna, I cannot see the other one because my eyes get stuck, because beauty of Krishna from toe to head is unparalleled. The beauty which is asma ordam ananya siddhim, unparalleled. So Advaita, how you can go back when Krishna is giving darshan? Radharani, when she's adoring the beauty of Krishna, some tears come in her eyes and the eyes gets moisture. She condemned those transcendental ecstasies, those tears. Why you came on my way when I'm adoring the beauty of my beloved Krishna? Condemning those ecstasies, that bliss for which every devotee yearns for. We are singing this. Hari Hari Bolite Naine Babe Nira. When the day will come in my life, when the tears come in my life, I uttering the name of Hari. We yearn for this. But Radharani is condemning those tears. So Mahaprabhu said, you lost. Another point, Srila Maharaj said, when Mahaprabhu is totally absorbed, seeing the scene of Kusum Sarovar, Mahaprabhu is in Jagannath Puri. Sometimes he get locked in Gambhira by Sarup Damodar, Shri Ramanand Rai and all associates, because Mahaprabhu used to run away and it's so difficult to find him. Kabu Singhu Dwara Pade, Kabu Sindhu Tire. Sometimes devotees find him outside the lion gate of Jagannath Puri temple, and sometimes he's in ocean. His all joints open and he assumes a big, huge body. And all devotees in the morning, they're in search of Mahaprabhu. They're moving in all directions. Shri Saru Damodar Goswami came on the shore and he saw a fisherman who's chanting, madly is chanting, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. And he's telling Saru Damodar Goswami, don't go there. There's a ghost. I'm a fisherman, a poor fisherman. I spread out my fish net to get some fish for my income. That's my work. But I thought a big fish got caught in my net. But that was a huge body. Moment I touched that body, I don't know what's happening to me. I got just like a ghost haunted me. And I was just chanting Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. And Sarup Damodar Goswami gave a slap to him. That's a good ecstasy. Then he understood it was Mahaprabhu. They came
Oh,
to
hold on a minute, Lalita.
Mahaprabhu was in totally absorption. He's seeing the pastimes of Radha Krishna and Vrindavan. Mahaprabhu saw this. Was absorbed in this. And Swarup Damodar Goswami called all devotees, those who were in search. They came and they started chanting Maha Mantra. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare. Mahaprabhu came back to his consciousness. When Mahaprabhu came back to his consciousness, what he said? This is kolahal, means disturbance. You disturbed. Mahaprabhu addressed Mahamantra as a disturbance. So on this point, Srila Bhakti Vijnana Bharati Goswami Maharaji said, why Mahaprabhu came to this planet? What is his purpose? To establish this Yuga Dharma, means a secondary reason of Mahaprabhu coming. There are many other primary reasons also. Shri Radha Pranay Mahima Ki Drisho Vanima. That's a different subject. But he came to give this Sankirtan. Mahaprabhu said, Enechi Aushadi Maya Nashi Varalagi Hari Nama Maha Mantra Laho Tumi Magi. I brought this Maha Mantra. Golokera Premadhan Hari Nama Sankirtan. Mahaprabhu brought this Harinam Sankirtan, which is the wealth of Golok Vrindavan. Mahaprabhu distributed this, Mahaprabhu inaugurated this. Mahaprabhu is founder of this. But on the level of absorption in that ras vichar, this Mahaprabhu made this Sankirtan diminished in its value in comparison of absorption in that ras vichar, where Mahaprabhu was absorbed in the pastimes of Radha and Krishna. He addressed Sankirtan as disturbance. This is kolahal. This is verse from Chaitanya Charitamrita. It's a kolahal. Maharaj smilingly he used to say, Mahaprabhu, he gave this Harinam Sankirtan to everyone, even to animals, to everyone, and he changed everyone. But when he is absorbed in his ras, in the pastimes of Radha and Krishna, in that absorption, on that level, then Maha Mantra become a disturbance to him. You see, so much subtle point. That was the speciality of Srila Maharaj. How we can understand the mood of Acharya? Not only restricted to what he used to eat, how he used to smile, what he used to wear. Although these are also glories, no doubt. But actual glories is their vichar, their absorptions, their contributions to this world, the contributions to us. That's more important. So Srila Maharaj, personality, very grave. His words full of gravity. His vichar, not ordinary. Even seeing any person, any brahmachari with cloths, he used to comment, related this to some pastimes of Mahaprabhu. And while speaking, then he goes deep into those pastimes. So not that when he started giving initiation, we say he's Acharya. Even prior to giving initiation, he's Acharya. What is the measurement of Guru or Acharya? One who has so many centers, one who has so many disciples, is this is a consideration? Then there are so many motivational speakers around the world. And millions of people follow them. Are they acharyas? No. Then how many disciples Shri Gaur Kishore Babaji Maharaj had? If this is the only consideration, how many Gaudiya Mats Shri Rup Goswami, Srila Bhaktivinoda Thakur or Babaji Maharaj established? That's not consideration. These were the words of Srila Maharaj. I'm repeating his words. Once upon a time, his Guru Maharaj, Srila Bhaktivedanta Madhav Goswami Maharaj, asked him, I'm thinking who will become my successor? Who will take up this responsibility of Acharya? Do you? Srila Maharaj understood that his Guru Maharaj is testing on him. But straightforward, Srila Maharaj said that Guru Maharaj, so far I have not developed this mood of being so much compassion to see the sufferings of jivas in this material world. I am not this mood. I am not like Prahlad Maharaj or Vasudev Dutt, seeing that everyone is suffering in this material world. I have not that compassion. Therefore, I am not qualified for this. So this dealing between his Guru Maharaj and Maharaj is giving lesson. But then there are other further details. As Srila Bhakti Raksha Sridhar Goswami Maharaj also, he mentioned in his books, in other considerations. Srila Maharaj started giving initiation in very advanced age. Prior to that, he was not giving initiations at all. But I would say yes, he was giving initiation. In what form? Just only giving mantras is not initiation. But giving instructions and teachings is also initiation. What is meaning of Diksha? Diksha means Divya Gyan Yado Dadat Kudasya Pap Sankshayam. Divya Gyan, imparting transcendental knowledge in the heart of disciple. So just like Diksha Guru gives mantra and give Diksha, Shiksha Guru also give mantra in giving Diksha. And this process of Diksha goes every single day. Not only just receiving mantra, we can say the mantra, we receive Diksha. In related to this, before I forget, Srila Maharaj used to say, one who gives Harinam is your Diksha Guru. One who gives Harinam. But then Shiksha Guru nourish disciples with Shiksha. So Shiksha Guru also gave transcendental knowledge. Srila Maharaj was also acting as Shiksha Guru to so many aspiring devotees. So he was in that sense imparting transcendental knowledge, giving transcendental knowledge in the heart of his Shiksha disciples was also Diksha. In true sense. I don't know how much time I have. I think I already spoke more than 1 hour. And it's getting late in some countries.
Maharaj, you're very welcome to. For me, you're very welcome to continue, but it's up to you, and people can
Can you take
stay.
another?
Yes, please do.
Srila Maharaj also gave very important insight on the word sevaka. He said, everyone is supposed to become Uttam Sevak, not Kanishta Sevak. He gave very wonderful idea of those who are volunteers and those who are sevakas. Volunteers are those who don't take responsibility, and volunteers just walk in and they do some seva and they walk out. And if they don't want to do any seva, then fine, they have no responsibilities. But sevak is the one who take a responsibility and then serve. So what is the difference? Volunteer also serving, but volunteer serving without responsibility. If volunteer is going through some, because it's naturally when we start serving, there's always some ups and downs. Always we get glorified by so many, and also we get criticized by so many. That's the nature. Srila Maharaj said once, he said, while your service to your Gurudev, to the mission, while you're preaching, there will be so many critics will come on the way. And also some glories will come on the way. Don't get puffed up to hear those glories, and don't get disheartened seeing that some section, some people don't like you. March forward. He said, I never cared for all these things. I always cared for what my seva is. To serve my Guru Maharaj and to serve the mission. I never step back, no matter what happens. And he gave account of so many of his Guru Maharaj pastimes, how his Guru Maharaj was also been, that's not a subject to speak on, but that's a history. But his Guru Maharaj also never stopped his preaching, even though he got being blamed or criticized by some of his god brothers. He never stepped back. So Sevak is one who always take a responsibility and serve. Without responsibilities cannot be called service, because then you are responsible for that service, Maharaj said. Service, in that service, the Sevaka, he get rewarded from his authorities, and volunteers get rewarded according to what they are performing service. I think you're understanding what I'm saying. Volunteer means mood. I'm in a good mood and I will serve. If I'm not in a good mood, I won't serve. But Sevak will not see his mood or her mood. Sevak takes the responsibility and serve whatever mood it is. Even get chastised by Gurudev or even get affection by Gurudev. Because he can't escape. And he don't want to escape from this mood of service. No matter what happens. No matter what happens, never leaves. And that service has to be also unconditional service. I often say this point to make myself realize this. I'm not instructing to anyone, please. So I can become firm in this point. When a sevak take a responsibility and serve, so many good times and bad times comes on the way. So if right in the beginning, we're expecting that because I'm serving my Gurudev, serving my Vaishnavas and serving Krishna, I should always get a good times. I expect a good times. That means I'm implying a condition in my love to my Gurudev and in love to Krishna. Whereas our philosophy, following the footsteps of Braj Gopis, following the footsteps of Radharani, that love is unconditional love. There is no condition applied in that love. That's why Shri Rupa Goswami addressed that Rati is Samartha Rati, where there is no condition applied. And absorbed in the mood of Radharani, Krishna, as Shri Chaitanya Mahaprabhu uttered the 8th verse of Shikshashtakam. Ashlishya vapadaratam pinashtu mam, mama darshna hatava karotu va, yatha tathava vidhatu lampato, mat pranathastu eva napara. Not going word to word translation, but the essence is, Krishna, even if you're making me sad or giving me pain by not appearing in front of me, or even if you give me bliss and happiness by appearing in front of me, mat pranathas tu eva na para. You always was and will remain the life of my life, my beloved. Mat pranath, the Lord of my life. This is unconditional love. Not that you're putting in separation, that you're not Lord of my life. In Brahmar Geet, Radharani is feeling separation and addressing to Bumblebee, addressing to Uddhavji. Even though saying, don't trust these black people. They're always lying, they're always cheaters. Krishna cheated us. But then Uddhavji said, even though you're saying, don't trust those black people, don't trust, and you many other things you're saying for Krishna. But since I'm here, you're only speaking about Krishna. Why don't you just stop speaking about Krishna then? And the gopi said, this is the problem. Tad alam asis sakhi dustajyam tad kathartham. We cannot give up his katha. We cannot give up his katha. And that's why gopis and Radharani control Krishna than anyone else. Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaja used to say, Krishna se tomar, Krishna dite paro, tomar shakati ache. Ami to kangal, Krishna Krishna boli, dhai tava pache pache. Who can give us Krishna? One who has Krishna can give us Krishna. And in one proportion one has Krishna can only give Krishna. Srila Maharaj said, Dasya Ras, devotees can only give Krishna to only that level. Only that much as they realize, oh, they have Krishna, according to mood. Sakhya Ras can only give as much as they can. Vatsalya Ras can only give as much as they can. And Madhu Ras can give according to their capacity. And Madhu Ras is according to measurement, calculation, all rasas are same in their dealings, in their service to Krishna. But according to neutral consideration, we see there is some gradations from Dasya to Sakhya to Vatsalya and Madhu Ras. And who can give Krishna the most? In Madhu Ras, not Sadharni Rati, Kubja, not Samanjasya Rati, the queens of Dwarika, but Samartha Ratis, means the Braj Gopis. And in those Braj Gopis, Tyorapi Ubhe Madhe, Radhika Sarva Radhika, Mahabhav Sarupani, Guner Atir Varyasi. Among those Braj Gopis, but she can give Krishna, no one else can give Krishna. Therefore, Radha Dasyam. What she can give, no one else can give. And in our Gaudiya Vaishnava philosophy, we have no direct relationship with Krishna, only through Radharani. Gopi Bharutu Padakamaleo Das Das Anudas. The relationship with Krishna is because he is beloved of my Radharani. That's the relation. So, begging this seva of Hari Guru Vaishnavas, getting this seva to Krishna as a sevaka, not as volunteer, and also with that unconditional love, not with condition that I will only, Krishna, I should always get bliss. I should not get any troubles. In addition to this, Srila Gurudev, Shri Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj used to say, did ever Prahlad requested that I should not get any troubles? Did he ever said this? He happily accepted those troubles. Did ever Meera, she requested I should not get any trouble? She got poisoned by her husband. She never said this. Did Srila Haridas Thakur said to those people, those soldiers, and to Mahaprabhu, please don't beat me in 22 marketplace? He happily accepted this. Did Braj Gopis going through so hard time meeting with Krishna? They happily accepted all circumstances. I'm saying this is very high. That doesn't mean I'm following this. I'm trying to understand this at this stage. Following this is very high. We immediately get any unfavorable circumstances come, we immediately get disturbed and we stop serving, whereas we should not. I'm trying to imbibe this. Just trying. It's very hard. It's easy to say and express. But Srila Maharaj, this is glorious. He used to say, become sevaka without any condition. And ending up by saying, as this happened in his life history, that some brahmacharis complained the temple in charge is not supplying us good diet, as Guru Maharaj even ordered the temple president to supply us good diet. So we won't stay in this temple if we don't get good diet. And they came to Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Gosai Maharaj. Do you please complain to Guru Maharaj? And Srila Maharaj said, replied to brahmacharis, I can't. When I joined my Guru Maharaj, there was not a contract that I will stay in the temple and serve only if I get a good diet or good meal. There was not a contract between me and my Guru Maharaj. There was no contract like this. There was no condition there. That's unconditional. You see, in the life history of Srila Maharaj, throughout his life, with his own practices, he's showing this example of unconditional love. It starts with serving his Guru Maharaj unconditionally. Even though my Guru Maharaj, Shri Bhakti Pramod Puri Gosai Maharaj, told his Guru Maharaj, Srila Bhakti Daita Madhav Gosai Maharaj, that this boy is serving Narottam Prabhu, serving day and night in Braj Mandal Parikrama, in Navdeep Mandal Parikrama. Whole day he's serving all visitors, all those guests and devotees. And in the night he's not sleeping. He's just guarding everyone. Srila Maharaj used to say, I used to guard everyone and used to do parikrama whole night. And I was chanting Radhe Sham to guard devotees from thieves, etc. Yeah. So my Guru Maharaj told to Srila Bhakti Daita Madhav Gosai Maharaj, this boy is serving so much, he will fall sick one day like this. And Srila Madhav Gosai Maharaj told to our Srila Maharaj, take care of your health. And Srila Maharaj said, thought, health can be taken care of later. But this is opportunity to service. And Srila Maharaj always used to give this instruction. Whenever there is opportunity of service, immediately avail that. Without a delay. Immediately avail that, because this opportunity may not come again in your life. Immediately avail that opportunity. So there are so many glories. I just touched few of his points. His personality is so glorious. His acharan, his conduct, all glorious. His bhajan is all glorious. His harikatha, all glorious. His preaching, every activity of Srila Maharaj is all glorious. And all glorious are devotees who are actually sincerely following the footsteps of Srila Maharaj. I am not worthy to pray to Srila Maharaj for his mercy, for his blessings, but to his associates, I do beg to all of you, can it possible that I can get a fraction of that inspiration in the heart to follow that standard which Maharaj expected from all of us. He was a so great hope after Srila Gurudev left 2010. The whole entire world was so happy. God, they were seeing Srila Gurudev presence in Srila Maharaj. But now in his absence, only there, Guru Maharaj, Gurudev, Srila Maharaj, their instructions, their books, their teachings, their memories. Only this can save us. So, ending up by asking something in return, that can I get a fraction of that inspiration? I can follow that conduct and follow what Maharaj instructed me to follow. May he can supply his association, and this can only be possible when there is some living Acharya like him. So please, O Acharyas, O Gurudev, O Srila Maharaj, please reveal someone like yourself again, so that our life can be saved. And we can imbibe that mood of become a sevaka and not a volunteer. Vancha kalturvacha kipa sindhuvevacha patita nam pavanebhyo vaishnebhyo namo namah. Jai Shri Srimad Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj Ji ki jai. Thank you, Didi. Thank you, Charu, both Charu Chandrika Didis.
Actually, she's Chandrika Didi, and she stole my name. Because you had to sign on in my name, isn't it? Is that what happened? Yeah, I was wondering as well what's going on. Okay, thank you so much, Maharaj. Really, really appreciate you joining us, actually giving us your sharing your heart and all your beautiful, sweet moods of service. And you had such a deep connection with Maharaj. So we're extremely fortunate to hear from you on this most auspicious day of Srila Bhakti Vigyan Bharati Goswami Maharaj's appearance day. This program has been going on for 6.5 hours, and still, you know, you came just over an hour ago, and still we were wanting to hear more. So much nectar coming, you know. Yeah, you made so many nice points about Maharaj and how he gave us so much hope. Actually, you know, many of us were feeling so hopeless after our beloved Srila Gurudev departed this world. And yeah, I don't know what I would have done or where I would be without Maharaj's inspiration, his Hari Katha, his so sweet words and guidance, example he gave to us all. So it was so fortunate to have his association, and we're now bereft of that, but we're not bereft in the sense that we have association of Vaishnavas like Sripad Siddhanti Maharaj and also Sripad Bon Maharaj. He spoke very nicely today, and everyone spoke very nicely today and reminded us, gave us so many memories and teachings of Maharaj. And like you said, Bhakti Maharaj, that, you know, Maharaj isn't a charya just because he's taken the position of like guru and taking on disciples, but he's a charya anyhow. You know, from practically when he first came, and in his whole life he gave example. That's the meaning of acharya, giving example of is perfect Vaishnav etiquette, is perfect Vaishnav behavior, and teachings that he would practice himself perfectly. So anyway, I am probably rambling on now. Please forgive me. So thank you so much, Chandrika Didi, for allowing me to assist you today. And it's been so wonderful to hear all glories of Maharaj. And we could just go on and on and on.
It's true, it's true. Thank you so much for agreeing to co-host with me today and to be MC. I'm very grateful for that because I'm useless at most things. So that's so I'm very grateful for that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you to all our wonderful speakers as well. Yeah, everyone spoke so. It's been so sweet. Nectar just flowing constantly. So thank you. Yeah, carry on. Sorry.
Jamuna Didi, did you want to say something also?
Dandavat Pranam to all the devotees present, and especially to Bhaktivedanta Siddhanti Maharaj, who gave us such an inspiration in our hearts, such beautiful teachings, and this very beautiful point that he made, the difference between a volunteer and a sevak. That is a very important teaching to all of us, that it is not about I serve if I feel like, but I serve because I feel committed. And this is really the meaning of love and affection. And these are the teachings that we are receiving from all of our spiritual masters. And it is always so inspiring. And after all, this was really the mood that I understood in my very limited capacity of Srila Bhaktivedanta Bharati Goswami Maharaj, that he was giving so much emphasis to the glorification of the Vaishnava, knowing that through those glorification, we would all receive so much mercy and we would all receive so much inspiration to serve, following in their footsteps, following their guidance, following their inspiration. And I think that it has been a very wonderful experience today. And even though that we are here, like Charu Chandrika Didi was saying, for 6 hours, but we don't feel that any time have passed really. And we felt so much of the mercy flowing of Srila Bhaktivedanta Bharati Goswami Maharaj, hearing from all the devotees, from all our Sanya Vaishnav and Vaishnavi like Srimati Shamarani Didi and Srila Bhaktivedanta Tavana Goswami Maharaj. And it's really in a mood of gratitude, deep gratitude, begging for any offense or shortcomings on this day, knowing that Srila Bhaktivedanta Bharati Goswami Maharaj was the perfect example of Vaishnava etiquette, and he was very attached for us to learn this Vaishnava etiquette and to be very careful in this regard. And very deep gratitude also for Chandrika Didi to have very spontaneously taking up this initiative. And Bhakti Devi is completely independent, and whoever volunteers or gives this inspiration to take the position of any service, they can be engaged. And I remember this was one of the teachings of Srila Bhaktivedanta Narayan Goswami Maharaj, when 1 year in Avadvip Dham, we had meetings there about the way that the services in our Sangha could be conducted, could be transformed. And Srila Gurudev was saying, when he came after 2.5 days of those meetings, he said, don't ever think that they are directing and you can only offer a service under their inspiration. If any of you feels they have an inspiration to serve, please come forward and try to serve. And of course, we always remember also this important teaching that Anugatya is the most important on our spiritual journey, that we should always try to serve on the guidance. But when the inspiration is there and it comes from a sincere place of love and affection and devotion, the Vaishnava are always very happy to engage us, and they see us as little children. We may do so many mistakes and whatever, but they see the sincerity in the heart to try to serve. And this is what I have really touched my heart today. And thank you so much for engaging us in this way under the guidance of Srila Bhaktivedanta Bharati Goswami Maharaj and all our Rupanuga Guru Varga. Vanchakalpatarubhyascha kripasindhubhyaya vacha patitanam pavanebhyo vaishnavibhyo namo namaha.
In the last, I just want to request devotees, if you are interested to, although we have in a book form, the books of Srila Maharaj, Volcanic Energy and Beloved Masters, but if you want to hear audio, I have done this audio, these 2 books, and it's available in English. So you can contact Yashodhari Didi from London, or even Charu Chandrika Didi if you have the access to that. So if you want, you can get from them. And while you go to your work or doing some any activity at home, you can just plug in and hear those books. And just by hearing this, you can, remembering how beautifully Maharaj is glorifying his acharyas. So that's the audiobook.
And if anyone wants the actual book also, Maharaj, how would they get that? Do you know? Or anyone know?
For that,
I don't know if they're still in print.
Basanti Didi?
Basanti Didi, you still here? Oh, maybe
If anyone wants to have actual book, they can contact Basanti Didi.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it'd be very nice to have the book and to also hear your audio, because many times people are working, they have jobs and everything, and to read from start to finish is not so easy. So the audio is very, very nice also. Thank you, Maharaj. Okay, so should we close now, Chandrika Didi, with a bhajan or kirtan?
Should we do a kirtan to close? Would anybody like to lead a kirtan for closing? Charu Chandrika Didi, would you like to sing? Or Jamuna Didi, would you like to sing?
If I sing, everyone will run away, that's for sure. Maharaj did, although Srila Vijnana Bharati Maharaj did say not so important the melody, but if everyone's on that level.
Maybe Srila Maharaj would like to sing. Srila Maharaj is a wonderful kirtanya as well.
Yeah, that's true.
Maharaj, will you please sing for us?
Yes, that would be so nice.
Well, not for us, for Srila Maharaj.
Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Ram, Hare Ram, Ram Ram, Hare Hare, Jayo Sachi Nandan, Jai Gaura Hari, Sachi Nandan, Jai Gaura Hari, Jayo Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada, Jai Gurudeva, Jai Gurudeva, Gurudeva, Jai Gurudeva, Gurudev, 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 Gurudev. Prabhu He, Prabhu He, Prabhu He, Prabhu He, Jayo Vaishnav Thakur, Jayo Vaishnav Thakur, Vaishnav Thakur, Prabhu Vaishnav Thakur. Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Nitai Gaur Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol, Hari Bol. Gaur Premanande, Hari Hari Bol. Shri Shayan Ekadashi ki Jai. Shri Bhakti Vijnana Bharati Goswami Maharaj ki Jai. Shubh Avirbhav Tithi Maha Mahotsav ki Jai. Anant Koti Vaishnav Vrinda ki Jai. Gaur Bhakt Vrinda ki Jai. Guru Naam Sankirtan ki Jai. Nitai Gaur Premanande. Zoom meeting ki Jai.
Bhaktivedanta Siddhanti Maharaj ki jai. Thank you so much. Okay.
Thank you so much, Maharaj. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us today throughout the day and being here and staying with us till later. We could carry on, but it would be so lovely to carry on. But yeah, thank you so much to everybody for, well, everybody who knows who they are for helping with this beautiful seva today. And I just hope that Srila Maharaj is happy with our endeavors today.
Yeah. Srila Bhakti Vijnana Bharati Goswami Maharaj ki jai. Shri Vishnu Guru ki jai. Nanda Koti Vaishnava Vrinda ki jai. Samakata Bhakta Vrinda ki jai. Shri Nitai Gaur Premanandi. Hari Hari. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
That's another Charo Chandrika today.
Another Chandrika.
Charo Chandrika.
Too many of them.
Actually, you know, when Gurudev gave me the name Charo Chandrika, I was the only one, and then Shivad Madhav to tease me kept suggesting, "Oh, Gurudev, give the name Charo Chandrika to."
Oh, sweet.
This is maybe how my daughter in France got this name, Charu Chandrika.
Yeah, Madam Raj. Nice.
Chandrika didn't finish your offering.
I didn't finish my offering?
You didn't finish your offering?
No,
Yeah.
I did later. I think you must have been in the kitchen.
Okay.
Actually, you can never finish our offering.
We never finish our offering. That's very, very true. No, I was just yeah, I think I did finish. I just oh, my memory is just like just going. I think I did finish. I think I was just saying about you know, meeting Maharaj and you know, having his darshan twice. Yeah, I did finish.
Thank you very much.
Dandavat pranam.
Everyone, Hari Bol.
Hari Bol.
Hari
Bol.
Yasha Kripa Sindhu Vyayavacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo
Vaishnavi.